All right, put her on. Let's get this illegal alien out of here. This is tremendous, folks. Best bike ride ever.
It's very bumpy in here.
Just keep pedaling, Mr. President.
Where are you guys taking me?
Wow, I guess that's the alien release everyone was hearing about. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Happy Friday night. Friday night? Friday night it is. Wow, my light was a little off there. I gotta fix my mic. It's better. How's everything doing? How's everyone going? Good to see y'all tonight. We got a bunch of good news stories to talk about tonight. Oh, before we get into that, though, we got to handle a little bit of bidness. Bidness. That's right. We got the goal that I didn't enter. So we're going to have a goal tonight. I'm going to set it just for 10 super chats, yellow or higher, for 2 hours. And the way it works is for every $100 in total that comes in across all platforms, YouTube super chats, Rumble rants, gifted memberships, becoming members, also what else? Kick and Twitch memberships, Locals coins, Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, and super tips. We add it all up, and when we hit $100, we add an extra hour to the show. And then for each additional $100 that comes in, we add an additional hour to the show. So the show could be 2 hours long, 3 hours long, 4 hours long, 5, 6, 8, you name it. However long you guys want it to be, that's how long the show will be. And then as an added bonus, what I like to do is when we hit $50, we activate Bellavision for the evening. There's the Bellavision right there. Let me fix the camera. And she'll come out and, do a dance and talk to everybody. And, that's what she likes to do. Why is her camera? Why is her bed all tilted weird? Oh, there we go. Oh, there you go. Straighten that bed out. A little bit better. Now stretch out there, Bella. Let everybody know what's going on there. So there's the Bella. There's the Bella just chilling. Oh, I just ran over my cord. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right. Wow. Let's get into some news, though. But so that's when we hit 50, unless somebody is so generous enough that they donate an individual donation of $25 or greater, which could be a $25 Cash App or a $25 PayPal. Why is it saying my Instagram stream is frozen? That doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Let me try to fix this. I just got a notification that my Instagram is all jacked up. Let's see if this works. Try to fix it. Edit this. Why is it saying this? Remove. Remove. Add. See if this works. Try to get it restarted. See how that goes. Maybe it was the music. Oh, maybe it was the music. I wonder if it was the music from that thing that did it. I wonder if it was the music. Was that copyrighted music? I wonder. It's making me wonder. But anyway, so here we go. So there's Bella. She's going away now. There she goes away. All right. I did have one other video, a funny little video to play that I thought was really funny. Not that one, this one, which, let's see.
Mark, I am your father.
I thought that was really funny. Those will be cut out more than likely when we get to the when on the replay. So, because what happened to Audra? Haven't seen her around. I know she was having some issues. I think I'm gonna send her a message and see if everything's okay, because I haven't heard from her in a while. Last I heard, she was having some kind of issues and stuff like that. So we'll have to get into it. All right, well, let's get into the first news story of the evening. We have 4 top news stories we'll get into, and then we have other stories that we'll probably get to depending on how long we go. The first one is this: Trump announces that Ukraine and Russia that Russia has agreed to a 3-day ceasefire with Ukraine. We also have the DOJ is going to revoke the citizenship of an ex-ambassador who was spying for Cuba. The meat packers and the DOJ come to a settlement to stop the price gouging that's been going on for chicken, pork, and turkey. Beef is still outstanding. We also have the new UFO files we'll talk about. Plus, we have a bunch of other stuff that we'll probably get into when we get there. We have the Supreme Court. Virginia strikes down the redistricting plan. Iran seized an oil tanker. Marco Rubio says the U.S. expects an Iranian response today. So we'll see what happens there. There was news out of Utah that the judge is going to allow cameras into the courtroom for the trial of Charlie Kirk's assassin. We got a bunch of Islamic militants killed a bunch of Christians in the Congo. The U.S. is going to review a bunch of the Mexican consulates in the U.S. to see, because they've been interfering in immigration enforcement and other stuff, interfering basically in our elections and everything like that. So we're gonna get on into that there. So let's get into this first news story. What do we say? So Trump announces a 3-day ceasefire with Russia and a prisoner swap. Ukraine, Russia cease a fire. President Trump said on Friday that Ukraine and Russia will embark on a 3-day ceasefire that could be the beginning of the end to the more than 4-year-old war. Hey, what's up, Jonathan Marcus? Great to see you here. Pat Hacker, good to see you. Karen O, awesome to have you. Mr. Stinky Sean's here too. Candy Graham. Snarf, awesome having you here, Snarf. Tiberius, great to see you. Delay is obvious, good to see you. Yes, Alfuerda, that's right. She jumped to Stark, literally. The Finch, what's up? Awesome to have you here. America Jane, great to see you. That's exactly how you've always viewed Mark Hamill. Yeah, it's a shame how some people who were very beloved, and then they just basically turn themselves into laughing stocks. Mr. Stinky Sean, last I talked with Audrey, she was closing on a house that was right before Easter. There was, I don't know how much of the stuff that I know is public information. That's why I kind of feel I don't feel like sharing a bunch of stuff, but there was some stuff going on that she's dealing with, like taking people to court and stuff like that. So that's about all I'm going to say. Hey, American Jane, great to see you. Thanks for being here. Oh, I think I already said that. So Trump wrote on, both nations paused to celebrate the Soviet victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. Trump wrote on Truth Social, the truce would last 3 days, including Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. The ceasefire will include a suspension of all kinetic activity and also a prisoner swap of 1,000 prisoners from each country. The request was made directly by me, Trump says. You left that out. She was married to your best friend from college. Okay. I don't just so she's okay health-wise. Yeah. I don't want to get, I don't know. I don't know. It's one of them things you don't know what's public. You don't want to release stuff publicly if some people don't want it out there, but there was something going on, some stuff going on. And Catherine K, great to have you here. Hail, hello, Jim and the Insomniacs. So hopefully it's the beginning of an end to this very long, deadly, hard-fought war. Talks are continuing. You get secret info. I don't know if it's secret info. It's just info that people give me in, DMs, private messages. So I don't know. It shouldn't really be talking about it, I don't think. Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky announced plans for the ceasefire earlier this week, though the dates did not initially align. Bella time. Well, I don't know if it's Bella time. I mean, we didn't really have any donations for Bella. Oh, we did. I'm sorry. Karen O. I just saw it now. Karen O for 25 on the PayPal. Thank you so much. And there's Bella. And that means we are now just 75 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. So Trump has admitted to resolving the Russia-Ukraine conflict is more difficult than he initially hoped after claiming during the 2024 campaign that he can end it with a single phone call. Well, that was a wishful thinking. Trump has attributed the difficulty to bitter enmity between Putin and Zelensky. There's a tremendous hatred between Putin and Zelensky. Tremendous hatred, Trump said in March. I've seen it before, but I've never seen maybe to this extent. And I think that calming down a little bit. He thinks it's calming down a little bit. Please help you, Jim C. at Pat Hacker. What's up? Thanks, Karen. What am I doing wrong? Mark Hamill tried to force his son's girlfriend to have an abortion. He tricked by saying it was a checkup. When she got there, it was an abortion appointment. Yeah, that's some real slimy stuff. Because I think wasn't the son's girlfriend or whatever, wasn't his son's girlfriend like a exotic dancer, something like that? Maybe he didn't like it. Come on, Jim. Zelensky and the Democrats worked against Trump. Well, I know they did. I'm trying to be diplomatic. Oh, wrong one. Okay. Mother Pepione says, I can't stay for the early shows, but just wanted to pop on to say hi and wish you all a happy Friday. Well, thank you for stopping by. Diplomat. Yep. Yeah, I'm trying to be diplomatic. Zelensky had rejected a Putin-proposed 3-day ceasefire over the same holiday, calling it a theatrical show intended to create a soft atmosphere of an exit from isolation for Russia. Well, I mean, I have like an issue with Ukraine. I don't know. They've done nothing but rob us blind. It's nothing but a money laundering operation for the Democrats and for other people in politics, really. They've gotten enough of our money. Oh, nothing wrong. You tried for weeks to get PayPal to work. A few minutes longer, it was painful. Oh, okay. Sorry. We also have Cash App and PayPal. The mutually agreed ceasefire follows Ukraine's top negotiator, Russian Rustem Umerov, arriving in Miami on Thursday for talks with Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and son-in-law, Jared Kushner. diplomatic or non-confrontational. I think, isn't that both the same thing? Isn't that kind of the same thing? Ukraine has always been grifters. Oh, yes, they have. Always. Yay, Bella. Trump has alternated between turning up the heat on Zelensky and Putin in an attempt to force an end to the war. Yeah, you got to put pressure on both of them. That's the thing. Got to put pressure on both of them. Wow. Last February, Trump angrily chided Zelensky in the Oval Office for refusing to entertain a ceasefire without security guarantees from the U.S. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I'd tell you to take it, Trump reprimanded his guest, adding over Zelensky's objections. You'll get a ceasefire faster than any agreement. Trump and Zelensky later patched up relations with the Ukrainian leader, returning to Washington wearing a suit and tie, ditching his wartime sweatshirt in a show of respect gushed over by Trump. Is that really all it takes, is to wear a suit? Trump also raged against Putin, calling the dictator absolutely crazy last year and applying sanctions against Russian oil in an attempt to pressure the Kremlin. Diplomacy includes schmoozing, to put it nicely. Well, I'm not really schmoozing anyone. I'm just trying to not, I don't know. You think Putin's been very restrained during this whole thing? I do too. He acted more contrite too, didn't he? Yes, he acted very contrite when he came back. Hello, Jim. Nice to see you and our beautiful girl, Bella. Well, you too, NASCAR Mo. If Putin really wanted to, he could just start laying waste to the population of Ukraine. That's normal. That's normal Russian operating procedure, was to just destroy everything. So between 506,000, between 500,000 and 600,000 people have died in the war, according to estimates from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, with front lines changing little in recent years, with creeping but costly gains by Russia. That would be the opening punishment, a part every day. Give a part of Ukraine to Russia every day. Putin wants some bodies back. He's running low. Trump let Putin have some oil money. Yeah. The way blue-white Philadelphia does. Well, thanks, Travis. That is diplomacy. So that's basically that story. So what do we think? Well, I mean, anything that stops the people from dying is a good thing. We don't want death. We don't want dying. We would prefer them to not be dying so much. Because any death is not good. So let's hope maybe they could build on this. Maybe they could get more of a sustained ceasefire, something longer. Zelensky asks more like a commissar than the Russians. Yes, he sure does. When we started, Russia was given clearance to sell oil to India for 90 days. Yeah, Hey, what's up, Dan? How you doing? Great to see you. So here we go. Trump's going to talk about it.
Well, I have a question. On your call with President Putin today, do you think the war in Iran ends first or the war in Ukraine?
Well, we talked more about the war in Ukraine, but he would like to be of help. I said, before you help me, I want to end your war. So we had a good talk. I've known him a long time. I think he was ready to make a deal a while ago. I think some people made it difficult for him to make a deal, but we talked more about Ukraine.
But which war do you think ends first?
That's an interesting question. Coming from you, that's very interesting. Which war would end first? I don't know. Maybe they're on a similar timetable. I think Ukraine, militarily, they're defeated. Okay, you wouldn't know that by reading the fake news, but militarily, look, their Navy. So they had 159 ships. Every ship is right now underwater. Typically, that's pretty good. What do you think, Jared? I mean, it's going to be hard for them to make a naval comeback. Okay, now they have an Air Force. Every one of their planes has been shot down or has been decimated. They have missiles, about 82% are gone. And they have drones, and most of them are gone. Most of the factories are mostly gone. And we have tremendous anti-drone equipment now, between lasers and that new, very special machine gun that knocks them out of the air like flies. And we use bullets instead of $1 million, missiles to knock out a $30,000 drone. So I would say Jared would tell me that with everything you just heard, typically we're in pretty good shape. And in addition, their economy is crashing. Their, as you know, their money, they call it their money. They don't have a name for it. Their money is valueless. They've got inflation that nobody's ever seen before. Other than that, I think they're doing quite well. If you read the New York Times, you'd say they're doing wonderfully because it's fake news. Or if you watch CNN, I mean, you cover it all the time. You think they're doing well. Do you think they're doing well where they have no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft apparatus, other than what they may have put there? They may have brought in some light stuff during the ceasefire, and we know exactly where it is, so it'll be knocked out within the first 15 minutes.
Well, that's interesting. Trump says a request was made directly by him. So Trump on Friday announced a 3-day ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia to celebrate the Soviets' victory in World War II. I thought it was the Allied victory in World War II. Like it was an Allied effort. It was like the U.S. and U.S. supplying tanks and planes and everything to the Soviets and guns. You thought he was talking U.S. economics for a minute? No, you're not talking. The ceasefire will begin Saturday, run through Monday. Ceasefire includes suspension of all kinetic activity. Oh, Bella moved. Bella's on the move. It's VE Day. That's what I thought. It's VE Day. So it's not like saying it's a celebration of the Soviet victory. It's a celebration of the Allied victory. Festivities have been scaled back amid the war as Moscow opted for a low-key celebration. This year's traditional military parade won't feature tanks, missiles, or other military equipment for the first time in decades. Russian military forces have engaged in a slow and bloody conflict with Ukraine, which was supposed to deliver a quick victory. The war is stalled amid Kremlin's unforeseen resistance by Ukraine's smaller military. Well, let's be 100% clear. It's because the U.S. and all of Europe and everyone else has been helping Ukraine. It's basically been Russia against NATO. I mean, except for, by all NATO's, intelligence, NATO's equipment, just not NATO personnel, which there has been some NATO personnel in there. On X, Voldemort Zelensky confirmed the exchange of prisoners captured during the 4-year conflict, which began when Russia launched a full-scale invasion of its neighbor. World War XI. I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah, it's the R&D war. Yes, it is. Research and development. That's all this is research and development for World War XII. Within the framework of the negotiating process mediated by the American side, we received Russia's agreement to conduct a prisoner exchange in the format of 1,000 for 1,000. A ceasefire regime must also be established on May 9th, 10th, 11th. Yeah, you're right. I know. I'm so glad I put water in the room for Bella. Well, I didn't used to, but then I thought about it. And I'm like, wait, she needs water in here. What if she gets thirsty? Yes, true. Zelensky's downstream military can't explain the current stalemate. Yeah, the stalemate is strictly because, and I've heard reports that when the U.S. or NATO turns something off, goes, okay, we're not going to help you with this, that you know what I mean? They go back and forth, but give help here, do this there, and to make certain things happen. So this says Russian missiles and drones bombarded Ukraine in an hours-long attack, killing 16. So that must have been right before the ceasefire. They decided to go schwack them. Zelensky also thanked Trump for his diplomatic involvement in the process and said he hopes the United States will make sure Moscow abides by the agreement. What? Oh, make sure. So he wants us to what? Militarily protect them? No. Trump made ending the war one of his signature promises during his presidential campaign. Hopefully it will be the beginning of the end of this very long, deadly, hard-fought war. Talks are continuing on ending the major conflict, the biggest since World War II, and we're getting closer and closer every day. Like, need water for Jim to hydrate too. Yeah, well, I have a drink. I have a fridge full of drinks for me too. Ukraine's drone technology is allowed it to reach inside Russia with more frequency and regularity, and both sides have accused the other of violating past ceasefire agreements. Like, I wonder, how did Ukraine come up with this drone technology? It seems weird, right? I don't know. Meanwhile, the Russian Defense Ministry on Friday said Moscow had ceased combat operation and remained in its previously occupied lines and positions for midnight when Putin's unilateral ceasefire came into force. Man. GB News, Great Britain News, says Donald Trump announces a 3-day ceasefire in Russia-Ukraine war as he says peace is closer every day. Russia launched a full-scale invasion on February 24, 2022. So ceasefire. Both countries intend to celebrate Victory Day on May 9th to commemorate the defeat of Nazi Germany in 1945. Well, for U.S., it's VE Day. Russia suffered an estimated 26 million casualties on the Eastern Front in World War II. Wow. That's a lot. U.S. President, I am pleased to announce there will be a 3-day ceasefire. Celebration of Russia is for Victory Day, but likewise in Ukraine because they were also a big part and factor of World War II. Well, didn't a lot of Ukrainians side with the Nazis, though? I thought they did. Okay. Talks are continuing for ending the major conflict. Kiev and Moscow previously agreed to a weekend ceasefire, where both sides have accused each other of violating it. All right. All right, on to the next story here. Let's just say we hope that the ceasefire holds. We hope that this can come to an end and people will stop dying. And yeah, that would be good, right? Hey, Michelle Parsons, hello from PA, coming over from Roswell. Thank you so much, Michelle Parsons. Thank you very much for being here. It's greatly appreciated. To all the people who come over from Rob's, he's an awesome dude. Meat. Yes, this is a meat story. So DOJ reaches a settlement with the data firm over meat industry competition concerns. The proposed settlement would force AgriStats to halt detailed pricing and production reports shared exclusively with major meat processing companies. You see, they've been getting data and using that data so that way they all price their meat the same. It sounds like maybe the meat company should be the ones getting targeted, not so much the data company compiling the data. The Department of Justice reached a proposed settlement with AgriStats, requiring the data and consulting company to stop distributing competitively sensitive information among the nation's major meat processors. The agreement, which was filed in federal court in Minnesota, seeks to address long-standing government concerns that the firm's practices allowed processors to coordinate production and pricing, increasing costs for consumers nationwide. Bella, what's wrong? Go lay in bed. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and Antitrust Division leaders said the proposed settlement was an effort to foster competition and ease pressures on household budgets. A stable and affordable food supply is critical to our country's well-being. This Department of Justice is laser focused on making everyday life affordable for all Americans. Yes, we need to get the foreign countries out of our meat industry. Yes, we do. What's up, Spuds? Great to see you. Yes, Bella is here. Where's the beef? The beef is, you've been yeeted to Jim. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, thank you to all the people who came over from Rob's. It's a raid. Hands up. It's a raid. Everybody show me your hands. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Just get cows. Yeah. So yeah, this we're talking about right now is the settlement with the AgriStats company who was providing data to the suppliers of pork, chicken, and turkey And they were using that data to manipulate the market so as to keep prices high and lower production so that they could basically coordinate production prices and stats. But as far as beef is still, right now, beef is still a problem and is not part of this settlement. AgriStats, headquartered in Fort Wayne, Indiana, gathers detailed data on prices, output costs, and other metrics from processor systems. It then standardizes and redistributes the information to participating companies through reports and meetings, according to the DOJ. I'm from Texas. We retired from the Marine Corps. My husband's hometown. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. Semper Fi, man. Tell your husband I said good night, Chesty, wherever you are. Bella needs Comey's head ball, like Abby's son's like. Yes, he does. What do you cat? Leave the cat alone. She's over here trying to mess with the cat. Get your hands off my beef. Yes. Hey, Garfield's Bizarre Adventure. What's up, bud? Great to see you. The meat buyers, such as grocers, restaurants, and distributors, allegedly had no such access. AgriStats did not immediately respond to requests for comment from the Epoch Times. So the DOJ's, the acting assistant attorney general, General Ahmed O. A. Osefi of the Antitrust Division said American people do not have to tolerate business models that increase the cost of living. That's correct. They shouldn't be doing this. They were conspiring. Yes, RFK needs to do something. Yes, he does. Hey, Mama Pillow, great to see you too. Yes. The antitrust mission is to use the laws to protect American consumers from inflated prices. This settlement delivers immediate relief in the meat section of the grocery stores across the nation. When companies decide certain information is too sensitive to share with the broader market, but not too sensitive to share with their closest competitors, that is a significant red flag that competition is being harmed. What's up, Ginger? How you doing? Thanks for being here. The complaint argued that one-sided exchange reduced rivalry and supported systemic price hikes and output decisions for decades, particularly in the broiler chicken sector, while also affecting the pork and turkey markets historically. Under the settlement, AgriStats must stop providing sales reports or non-public pricing information used by processors to identify opportunities for price increases. It also must cease sharing granular production, cost, and labor figures at the company or facility level. Most data distributed by the firm will now be required to be offered to all interested domestic purchasers on fair, non-discriminatory terms to reduce information asymmetry. Yes, they want us to eat the bugs. Yes. And labeling requirements so that we know where the meat is from. Yes. Yeah, well, that's why I'm glad Florida passed a law that barred any lab-grown meat. No lab-grown meat in Florida at all. It's banned in Florida. No lab meat in Florida. They outlawed it. Additional requirements include limits on the timeliness of the data shared, the appointment of a court-approved monitor to oversee compliance, and the establishment of an antitrust compliance program with data security. And also whistleblower protections and mandatory violation reporting. A subsidiary, Express Markets, Inc., may continue its price reports, which are less detailed and available more broadly, according to officials. Frankenmeat sounds disgusting. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Brenda. Yes, it does. Sounds gross. Like, gross. The settlement partners with attorney generals from California, Minnesota, North Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and Utah. It follows broader scrutiny of meat industry practices. They want to use human cells to make meat. Oh, that's gross. That's gross, American Dreamer. It's not real meat if it's grown in a lab. Bug meat is Bill Gates' favorite food for you. He won't eat that shit. No, he won't. Country boy can't survive. Yes. You can try. Consumers have grappled with continuing rises in meat and poultry prices amid supply chain strains, regulatory pressures, and other factors affecting American families. For instance, analysis have cited significant increases in the prices of beef, chicken, and other proteins that take a bite out of household budgets. Broader cost of living challenges have also driven up grocery prices. Not you. No, I'm definitely not you. I don't want. Soylent Green is people. Don't eat the Soylent Green. The proposed judgment and competitive impact statement will be published in the Federal Register as required by the Tunney Act. The companies have 60 days to submit comments ahead of the U.S. District Court in Minnesota deciding whether to prove it as a public interest. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's cannibalism. Yes, it is. Yep, yes, it is. And yuck. Officials asked for tips on anti-competitive conduct in agriculture through the Antitrust Division or the joint USDA-DOJ Agricultural Markets Partnership. Remember when Obama ran on cutting waste, fraud, and abuse? Opposite happened. He gave ran billions. Yeah, well, that's what happens in appropriate mushroom. They always do the opposite of what they say. Democrats always do the opposite of what they say they're going to do. It's like the Inflation Reduction Act was just a giant spending bill that increased inflation by like an order of magnitude. He says, American Jane says, if I understand it, they can label meat as from the USA if it's a foreign country and processed cut here. Can they really? Can they do that? That don't sound right. American Dreamer says, I used to think Florida was nuts, but it's a sane state. Yeah, it is. Finch says 100%, 100. Wow. Have you guys heard of the cruise virus situation? I'm seeing people claim they're going to push another 2020 lockdown. That's the Hanta virus or whatever they're talking about, right? Isn't that what what's his face died from? The guy Gene Hackman and his wife. Isn't that from like rats and stuff like that? I thought that's from rats or animal, like something like that, I think. Antivirus from rodents. That's what I thought. It's something to do with rodents. It's a rat virus. Yeah. You're saying not anymore. Cattleman got that change in Trump's first term. Okay, so they can't do that. The Hanta virus? Yeah, Hanta. Rodent poop. Right. It's from rodent poop. Yeah. Yeah. You hadn't thought about that? He did die that. Yeah, he did die. But now I guess there was 3 people on a ship that had to get airlifted off that or whatever that died or was really sick or something. Imagine in your wildest dream, Kamala, ho, ho, tampon Tim and a full cabinet of lunatics dealing with Iran. Well, they would just, yes, we need more thumbs up. Definitely need more thumbs up. Yeah, they're saying maybe the rat virus could do human to human spread now. Oh, that's not good. That's not good when they say that. That means they're up to something. That's not good. They're up to something. Yeah. So let's see here. We got the, oh, wow. Only 34 likes and 220 people watching. We could do a lot better, people. We could do a lot better, man. Please hit the like and subscribe to the channel. Yes, definitely. Please do that. Yes, definitely. Definitely hit the like button. Saw a guy in a car with a mask today. Oh no, are they bringing that back? Human to human is rare. Another pandemic. That's what it's starting to sound like. That's what I'm starting to think. So this case, they're settling this case, which I hope brings the cost of chickens down, because chickens have gotten outrageously high price. Like, I don't know if it's because of what happened with, like when they killed all the chickens that were laying eggs. Egg prices went crazy and all that stuff. And then we started they were just slaughtering chickens like crazy because of some weird bird flu. But then I'm seeing stuff like this, that they were purposely behind the scenes, like coordinating their pricing and making different things, like, adjusting production to maximize profits. Like, come on, man. Look at this. We got our first $10 super chat of the night. Appreciate you from American Dreamer. Thank you. Thank you so much. That means that we are now just $65 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much for everything. So very generous. As our cult leader says, lab means for they, them, not you. That's right. This strain is person to person. Uh-oh. So in September 2023, the DOJ alleged that the AgriStats company, their reports on meat pricing enabled anti-competitive practices in chicken, pork, and turkey industries. The case was scheduled to go to trial this month. Thursday's settlement limits what data they can collect and what data they can share. The president said in a statement, AgriStats president said in a statement, the company was pleased to resolve the matter. He says its reports have helped chicken producers expand production and reduce costs. Well, I don't know if that's true because prices have done nothing but gone up. So how are they increasing production and reduce costs if chickens are now $7 a pound? Or not $7 a pound, but like $7 for a chicken. It's not been easy for a small company to litigate against a massive government agency with unlimited resources. Well, then I guess you shouldn't have been doing shady stuff. Sounds to me like you were. Okay. This is from the AP. Says Trump administration settles with the meatpacking antitrust case and bid to bring down grocery prices, which let's hope it works. Let's hope it works. Let's hope it works. All right. On to the next story. The DOJ pushes to denaturalize most prolific Cuban spy who served as a U.S. ambassador. Gee. Eggs in central New York are about $1 a dozen. Oh, they're $7 for a chicken. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. For a whole chicken. Yeah, it's like $7. It's crazy. Chicken farming just exploded. During the Biden years, 369,000 Americans died of drug overdoses. Yes, they did. It's crazy. I'm more concerned about TB and leprosy with the invasion. Yes. Costco still has $5 chickens? Really? I don't know. Okay. Well, I buy like a chicken that's, I don't know. They're called like young chickens, so they taste better. You know, the meat's not as tough and everything. They're a little bit smaller. They're not as big as the big ones. And they're like supposed to be like, you know, no hormones and stuff like that. So I don't know. And they're like $7, I think, $8. They used to be $4 a couple of years ago. That's all. So wow, we had a spy who was an ambassador. Grow your own chickens from Tractor Supply. No, not Cornish hens. Let me hold on. Not Cornish hens. Murray's fresh young chicken, farm fresh. This is what I like to buy. These are really good. Certified humane, all natural. These have been about $8 now for a chicken, so it's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. They're really good. Yeah, huge chickens. Not like a capon. All I want is a little house with a few chickens. Yeah, like Cornish hens. I like Cornish hens too, but Cornish hens are really tiny. That's like a chicken where you could put that's a really good chicken to put in like a if you ever heard of like chicken in a pot. It's like you put it, you get like a crock pot or a Dutch oven and some oil and stuff in there and some onion and some carrots, celery, and you brown the chicken in it real quick on a hot pan and brown it. And then you put the chicken in there and then you bake it in the oven with in the thing, like really slow at like 225 degrees or something like that, 270, 225, 235 for a real long time with just some nice little bit of chicken stock and stuff like that. It's self-based itself and everything. And it comes out so good, man. So good. Oh, so good. Takes about 2.5 hours, but man, it's good. So tender. Tastes so good. Now I'm hungry. So the Justice Department is fighting to yank citizenship from a convicted Cuban spy who briefly served as a U.S. ambassador to Bolivia in the early 2000s while quietly feeding secrets to Havana. What Spud says, not a chicken. I get a lot of meat from Freedom Farms in Green, New York. Not cheap, but you can tell the difference in quality. Supermarkets like Wegmans have downhill. So everyone that took the free money is paying for it now. All the stimulus money is cooked in prices. Yeah. Chicken Little was spastic. Her head twitched. Saved her. Chicken Little was spastic. Her head twitched. Saved her. Her mom abandoned her. Yeah, sounds great. You'll be right over. A house chicken. My friend had one who wore a diaper. I'll be making chicken noodle soup with homemade noodles and Costco chicken. It's been in my freezer for 2 months. Yeah, I love chicken noodle soup, homemade chicken noodle soup with homemade noodles. I really do. Federal prosecutors filed a civil denaturalization complaint Thursday against Manuel Roca, arguing that his history of aiding the Cuban government against the U.S. for decades is grounds to void his citizenship, which, they should be looking to do this a lot more, I think, to people. Got fresh carrots and celery. Oh, that's awesome. When did I get timed out? What do you mean? Someone timed you out? What are you talking about? Nobody timed you out, did they? Victor Manuel Roca was not a low-level operative. He was a former United States ambassador and senior government official who admitted he was secretly serving the Cuban regime for decades. U.S. Attorney Jason Redding Quinones for the Southern District of Florida said in a statement. The civil denaturalization case is about finishing the job. A person who secretly serves communist Cuba should not keep the privilege of United States citizenship even while in prison. Roca, 75, who the DOJ has dealt, one of the most prolific Cuban spies ever found in the U.S., was arrested in 2023 and sentenced to 15 years behind bars. He pleaded guilty to the charges against him. The former ambassador who also briefly served... Oh, crap, how did that happen? The former ambassador who also briefly serves as the charge d'affaires, top diplomat during the absence of an ambassador to Argentina under the Clinton administration. Under the Clinton administration. Huh. Allegedly helped the Cuban government for 4 decades. Wow. Come on, Chad. 202 in here and 52 likes. Do better. That's right. Oh, we don't want any extremely negative comments towards Jim. Please don't have negative comments towards Jim. You hurt Jim's feelings if you do that. I had a chicken that would hang with me when I was gardening. Surprised how they have personality. Anyone seen a stewing hen in a shop recently? I wasted so much time looking for somewhere to buy them. No, I haven't seen them. I wanted to get some hens for eggs, but I was worried they'd get cold in the winter, and Levy said they couldn't come inside the house. Rude. Hey, Mama Pillow, great to see you. Havana instructed Roca to lead a normal life and act like a right-wing person, according to his indictment. At one point, he called the U.S. the enemy to an undercover agent. You buy chickens and eggs for my Amish friends. I have friends who have farms up in Illinois where I get fresh chickens, fresh eggs and stuff like that. And I don't really get the chickens from them because they use them for eggs, and also they have beef, they'll have raised cows and stuff like that for, or whatever, steer, whatever you want to call them, for beef. I don't know. Roca was not qualified for naturalization for several reasons, including that he committed unlawful acts, gave false testimony during his naturalization examination, was not attached to the principles of the United States, and not well disposed to the good order and happiness of the U.S. Denaturalization is a rare and complex process in the U.S. So, yeah, it's very complex in the U.S. But generally speaking, especially if you're a secret communist and you lied, they're going to denaturalize you. That's just the way it is. Still, denaturalization cases have picked up under President Trump. Good. I want them to be denaturalizing everybody. If you did any of this stuff, they should automatically be denaturalized. During the first Trump administration, there was 42 cases a year, according to a study. Then they're going to say like, oh, under the Biden administration, there wasn't any. Chickens do not need to go inside the house in the winter in Minnesota. Google it. It's easy. Yeah, I think, right. As long as you have like, isn't there like all you need is like a small like lantern or something in there, just something to generate a little bit of heat in their in their coop and stuff like that, and lots of straw and stuff. They build a nest and they like, don't they like bunch together to stay warm or something? It's better to be a not secret communist to run for New York City mayor. Here's the thing. I want to see why Zoran Mandami is not subject to denaturalization. He clearly lied on his paperwork when he said he wasn't a communist. You can't do that. You can't lie. You need a heat lamp. Yeah, that's what I thought. Something like that, right? A heat lamp, something. That's it. Your daughter used to swing a chicken with a chicken under each arm when she was 4 to 8 years old. Red light, like for reptiles. For real, why? What? If I raise chickens, you couldn't slaughter them, just have for eggs. Well, yeah, a lot of people do that. A lot of people don't slaughter them, and then like once a chicken gets like so old, I don't think you can. Like after they get a few years old, you're really not. The meat gets so tough. I don't think you're supposed to eat them. Really. Like if you're using it to lay eggs, you're getting eggs from it. You don't want to eat it. You know, and if a chicken dies of some kind of disease or sickness, you definitely don't want to eat that. Bella, why are you crying? She's over here whining. Windbreak for most, rain protection, no heat for most. Oh, really? I didn't know. Mandami, why isn't Mandami? Why isn't Mandami getting denaturalized? He's a communist. He lied on his paperwork to get naturalized. He said he wasn't a communist. They ask you that. Are you affiliated with any communist organization? He said no. He lied. In Montana, we had a red heat light. He won't let me have a house goat either. We're going to have some discussions. Oh, man. Will he let you have a house pig? Can you get a pot-bellied pig for the house? Will he let you do that? I hear a lot of people tell me you can get a pig for the house so that you can train them to go to the bathroom in a litter box or something, or go outside like a dog. For context, the Biden administration averaged 16 a year. Between 1990 and 2017, the DOJ had filed about 11 per year on average. So, yes, what is wrong? Lay down. Lay down in your bed. Lay down. Come on, lay down. You don't need to go outside. You were just outside. Chicken Little was an hour or two old when I adopted her. You have 2 geese and some hens now. Pigs are smart, but they will eat anything. My sister's pig ate their flooring in places. Oh God. Why is Mandami getting a pass? I don't know. I don't think he should be. I hope he's not. I hope that they said they were looking in. Bella's got to pee. Poop time. Well, she doesn't have to poop. Pretty sure she disagrees. To tyrants, what's communist? I guess. Under no circumstances should an agent of a foreign adversary be permitted to hold the title of American citizen. Let me see if somebody's. I think nobody. I think there's nobody here. So I don't think I can just take. I'd have to take her out. That would mean I'd have to play something for the show to take her out, which I don't have anything to play really. Good evening. Hey, what's up? Not that Karen. How you doing? Great to see you. Of all the animals you had, goats are the worst. All right, now she's not crying anymore. I think they left, Bella, so you're going to have to wait, honey. I think she might have heard my grandkids leaving, so that might be why she's crying. They went by their meemaws. Do that or just let us chat. Let me find something to play, I guess. Any individual who lied on their naturalization process to gain a foothold in this country will be met with the full weight of the Department of Justice. That's good. That's good to know. Let me find something to play. Yeah. Oh, here, I'll stream safe my boy Dave here for a second here. Let's do this. All right. This is Dave, this is the guys three of the guys on this panel are guys I do the Theory Thursday show with on Thursdays. So I'll just let this, hopefully they don't do anything stupid. I'll just let this
Like,
Yeah, but it probably isn't
And I'll
because
be right
there's
back.
agreements when you're hired and all of that stuff. And
to track your mouse.
well, to make sure you're doing your job. So I don't know if people would be grandfathered in on something because the rule wasn't there when you were hired. I don't know.
Well, how about just make them have a webcam on 24/7?
I think
For
there
8
may
hours
actually
a
be
day.
people that do that.
Oh,
There
I
may
bet.
actually be people that say you got to be on camera.
My camera is off unless I'm in a meeting. Like
Oh, yeah.
shuttered.
Yeah.
Well, Julio doesn't want to get caught doing something, you know.
Yeah, like playing Elder Scrolls Online at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Like I would never do that, just hypothetically.
I wasn't thinking of that, but yeah, it's the same kind of concept.
I know, Mark. I haven't drank yet. Give me
Nobody
a few
wants to
beers and
see Julio Scissors, Julio scissoring.
No, no,
Ah. Not even Julio wants to see that.
no,
God, no.
Hell no.
no scissoring for me. I'll come in next show. I'll be Julia Scissors in a wig transition.
He'll be something.
Why, hello, Achilles.
Julio be
Right?
first pregnant person ever. Oh my God, how did that happen? I scared myself to death.
Speaking of Mike, did you see who is rumored to be playing the Ghost of Achilles in the Odyssey?
Oh, that was the ghost of Achilles?
Well, in the Odyssey, there's no Achilles, but he does
Oh,
go
okay.
visit the Ghost of Achilles. But did you see the actor that's supposed to be playing him?
Yes, I did. And
I almost fell out of my chair. I was
yeah,
like, it's so Dave and Mark. Do you know who Elliot?
the
Elliot
funniest
Page.
thing about that, is
Yeah.
that
And we all know who Elliot Page is.
That's not Achilles. That is not Achilles.
Do you
No.
remember? Do you remember in Troy how the famous line was, "And that is why no one will remember your name"?
Yes.
Everyone remembers the name Ellen Page.
Oh,
So
dead name,
ridiculous.
dead name, dead name.
Well, first they cast a very pretty but dark African woman to play Helen of Troy.
When
So, of
the
course-
one thing we know about Helen of Troy is that she was very, very pale skinned.
Yes.
With
And so the
golden hair
jokes
or
online
something
are
like
flying.
that.
She's Helen of Detroit, which is one. The face that stole 1,000 bikes. The face that launched 1,000 learning centers. It's all kinds of good stuff.
Oh,
So I love the Odyssey, and I was so excited to see this movie. I saw that casting. I'm like, really? Then they cast Zendaya as Athena, and my head almost exploded. Gray-eyed
Oh,
Athena.
Jesus
Okay.
I want to watch this now.
I'm the target audience for this stuff, and I'm going to wait.
Oh no, they're remaking it for a modern audience, though.
Well, it's based on the most recent translation that was translated by a woman about 10 years ago. And she, for instance, changed the names of Hector's horses, which were these awesome old Greek names. She renamed one of the horses Sparkle. I swear to God, because I read it with my
All
daughter.
right, now
and
now
my
Julio
daughter
is
said
doing a bit.
Sparkle, and I said, Rachel, my daughter's name. I said,
All right.
daughter.
All right, I'm back. All right, we get rid of this now. Okay. Oh. I'm back. Sorry about that, people. Ooh. Bella, you guys were right. She did have to pee. You guys were 100% right. I was wrong. She did have to pee. We know our dogs. That was hilarious. What was hilarious? Those guys. I explained why Mandami's getting a pass. Why is he getting a pass? Holtu can't prove she won last time. I know for a fact that many Dems didn't vote for her. Okay. Oh. Okay. All right. So U.S. Attorney Jason Redding Quinones, who I like to call Mr. Big Cojones, he's also the guy. This is also the guy who's running the. This is the U.S. attorney that's running the grand jury investigation into the grand conspiracy thing. Big Cojones. A Colombian American New Yorker who served both U.S. Department of State and lived in Key Biscayne when FBI agents arrested him in 2023. I've created the legend of a right-wing person. Well, Roca 75 moved to the U.S. when he was 10 and became a citizen at 28, serving 15 years in prison in Central Florida. So this fucking guy came here at 10 years old. This scares me. This guy came here at 10 years old and was working with the Cuban government as a spy. What does that mean? Where are we going to stand, people, with all these Chinese people that are natural born U.S. citizens according to birthright citizenship, who have been raised in China and brainwashed by the Chinese, when they start coming and showing up here saying, oh, we're U.S. citizens now, and start getting jobs in government, different agencies? We're screwed. We are screwed. We got legit Manchurian candidates coming here. I mean, this was just a guy who was just 10 years old and came here. What happens when they show up here and they're 20, 25, and they've been completely brainwashed by the Communist Chinese Party? Wow, we got problems. The complaint alleges he obtained American citizenship through lies, concealment, and betrayal. Wow. Special agents profiled Roca and zeroed in on him in 2022. He was born in Bogota during the liberal conservative war for displacement in Colombia. After his father died, he moved to New York City. Roca's fate changed after the 64 race riots in Harlem. He won a scholarship to the Taft School, private boarding in Connecticut, graduated cum laude in 69. He was still spying for Cuba. This guy wasn't even Cuban. This guy was Colombian, but he was spying for Cuba. What the hell? That's crazy. Yeah, Nick Shirley walked around New York asking people who they were voting for. 75% of them, they get what they voted for. Cuomo tapped her to get the chick vote. Harley beat Molinaro on 18. Yeah. You can potty train goats. That's awesome. It was a year of change in Chile. Salvador Allende, the first democratically elected Marxist leader in Latin America, was overthrown by a military coup. General Augusto Pinochet took power. Pinochet took power. Wow. During my formative years, I was heavily influenced by radical politics of the day. He was a student of Georgetown when he applied for citizenship, and when he was 28, he took an oath of allegiance in Virginia and received a certificate of naturalization. Had Roca been truthful during his naturalization proceedings regarding his affiliation with the Communist Party and his actions as a secret agent, he would not have been approved. This is what I'm saying. This is what they need to do. So they supposedly were looking into this with Mandami. They said they were. They were like, hey, wait a minute, dude. You just got naturalized. You're a fucking communist. I'm saying. They just need to find proof he's a communist, and then they can get him out. That's all they need to do, and they can get rid of Mandami. All right. Now on to some UFO stuff. The Trump administration releases major batch of never before seen UFO files and footage. I looked at some of this stuff. I saw what Robert showed. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I think a lot of this is a lot to do about nothing. I think this is a distraction. Oh, look, an object. An unknown object was captured flying over Iraq. I don't see anything. Do you see anything there? I don't even see anything in the picture. Trump administration has become the first administration to release a series of never. Jim, it's an election year for Governor. Mandami is getting a pass because he's joined at the hip with Hull. He's busy destroying New York City and she's in New York State. The moderate Dems need to suffer to see it. Well, I guess that's true, but like they're destroying themselves. That's the stuff that they're trying to pass with this, pied-à-terre tax that they're calling it, where they're basically they're gonna billions of dollars are gonna flee New York, like billions are gonna flee. Billions of dollars are gonna flee. It's not even gonna be funny. It's not even gonna be funny. Not even going to be funny. Chickens are good. Maybe a couple heifer steak and eggs. That's all I need. Oh, yeah, that'll be good. The first batch of UFO files will be released to the public. More will be revealed at later dates. So here's see what this is. This is some website, Department of War. Photos. That looks like a helicopter up there. I don't know what that is. Some dots. Oh, what's this? A giant UFO. This is a composite sketch. Oh, okay. Apollo 17, 1972. 3 lights, lunar terrain. ABC's Peter Ducey notes the first video shows an unidentified flying object spotted over the UAE in 2024. Yeah, composite sketch, Lamau. Yeah, right. It's a composite sketch. It's crazy. The War Department could not identify the object. It's officially listed as an unresolved UAP report. Second video shows another UAP flying over skies in Iraq in 2022. All right, let's see.
House official left this hard drive on my desk overnight. You can see on it, it says AARO files copy 2 of 3. That is the all domain resolution office copy 2 of 3. This is the first big batch of UFO disclosure ordered by President Trump. Some of the clips and videos on there have popped up different places before. Some of them have not. And we have been going through this all morning and overnight to try to put together some of the best videos.
Awesome. I'm glad you're full.
Together. This is
nothing better than a full tummy.
World exclusive right here. So
well,
let's go to the first
something's
clip.
Better, but
over the skies of the United Arab Emirates in June 2024. An inverted teardrop with a vertically linear trailing mass, as described by the War Department, suspended below. The War Department cannot say for sure what this is. It is officially listed as an unresolved UAP report. The next video, over the skies of Iraq, December 2022, moving bottom left to top right of the field of view. All CENTCOM gets from this is an area of contrast. That's what they describe it as. It is officially still listed as an unresolved UAP report. Next video, over the skies of Greece, October 2023. What is described as a small and circular UAP flying near the surface of the ocean towards land. CENTCOM can't tell us what it is. It is officially listed as an unresolved UAP report. Within the last 2 minutes, all of these videos have gone live on war.gov/UFO, and a White House official tells Fox First, while past administrations sought to discredit or dissuade the American people, President Trump is focused on providing maximum transparency to the public, who can ultimately make up their own minds about the information contained in these files. And there's also a fresh look at some historical records. There's this from a...
Yeah. Is anyone falling for this? Pass the Save Act. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those are the aliens. Lol. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. Yeah. Maybe they're like, do you remember the movie Men in Black? Where the guy's like, universe is on Orion's belt. The little creature. Maybe that's what they are. They're like tiny little creatures. These things flying around. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. The Trump White House also shared photos of weirdly shaped objects captured on tape during Apollo 12 and Apollo 17 space missions. Fox News also notes a transcript of communications between Apollo 17 and operators was released on Friday. There's a whole bunch of big things on my window. It just looks bright, blah, blah, blah. Photo released by the FBI contains images of New Year's Eve 1999 showing other UFOs in the same image as U.S. aircraft. The latest UAP photos, videos, and original source documents across the entire United States government are all in one place. No clearance required. Oh. Does anyone really give a shit about a plastic bag? What we really want to know is what they think it is. A big group of idiots is not illuminating. Yeah. Well, you ain't kidding. I want to see here. Is there like a bunch of PDFs? Let me go back to see. It's just a bunch of PDFs released today. Where's the videos that were released today? PDF, low Earth orbit, PDF. Here's a video. Oh, here we go.
Gemini Control here again. Earlier in the flight, you'll recall at the start of the second revolution, we had a reference to several objects that the crew spotted. This was in the area of Antigua. Due to a mechanical breakdown, we did not have that portion of the tape available for you. This was a line breakdown between Building 30 and our news center in Building 6. Since then, we have dubbed a tape off the master tape here in the control center, and we are now prepared to play it for you.
This is from Apollo.
It contains references to sighting not only
look at the cutie Bella,
some particles, but as well as an unidentified object.
It's crazy, right? It's crazy about
plus
AOC.
the booster. Here's that tape. We'll play it for you now.
Hi, Gemini 7 here. You listen on your 8. Loud and clear. 7, go ahead. Bogey at 10 o'clock high.
Bogey, 10 o'clock high. Can you guys hear it?
This is Houston. Say again, 7. So we have a bogey at 10 o'clock high. Roger. Gemini 7, is that the booster or is that an actual sighting? Oh, what? Say again, 7. We have several, looks like the 3 up here, actual sighting. You have any more information, estimated distance or size? We also have the booster in sight. Understand you also have the booster in sight, Roger. And we have very, very many, looks like hundreds of little particles going by the left out about 3 to 4 miles. Understand you have many small particles going by on the left. At what distance? 4 miles. Large, looks like perhaps a vehicle that's disintegrated. Roger, understand they're about 3 to 4 miles away. They're past now, they're going to pull orbit. Roger, and understand they were about 3 to 4 miles away. Roger.
I mean, how would they determine how far away something is in space when you're seeing it? You couldn't tell if it's something tiny that's close or if it's something huge that's far away. You know what I mean? It's in space. How do you judge the distance in space? You can't. It's not like you're looking at it where you can see like, oh, there's a building, something to judge size off of seeing something else and compare it to size. You're in space. There's nothing to compare size to. So how would they know it's a small particle really 3 miles away and not something? You know, I don't know. Am I being weird? You know what I'm saying? Like, how are they comparing size in space and distance? Laser beam bounce can measure space. Well, no, I'm saying they're saying they saw it. These pilots were just high. Maybe. I'm just saying they saw these things. They're saying there's thousands of particles or whatever, hundreds of particles that they're seeing. Like if you ever saw the movie Apollo, I think it was what's it called? The Right Stuff. I'm sorry, The Right Stuff. Where they show it, where they show these things. There's people like Aborigines in Africa, or not Africa, I'm sorry, Australia, and they create this huge fire, and this stuff goes up in the sky, and then they're seeing it in space or something. They try to. That's what's in the movie. Like weird. Like I don't know why they put that in the movie. Maybe to cover this up. I don't know. You don't trust NASA. I don't either. I don't trust any of these people.
Gemini 7, Houston, were these particles in addition to the booster and the bogey at 10 o'clock high? Roger.
7, this is Houston, this is 7.
Go ahead.
I have the booster on my side as a brilliant body in the sun against a black background and with billions of particles around it.
Roger. What direction is it from you?
It's about at my 2 o'clock position.
Does that mean it's ahead of you?
It's affirmative. Ahead of us at 2 o'clock, slowly doubling.
Roger.
All right. So that's this one. Let's see. No. Files. Where are we at here? Release 1. Here we go. Okay. So that video, that's that one. I'm just looking to see if there's just a bunch of PDFs. I'm not reading the PDFs. I'm just looking for any more videos. No. PDF. Oh, here's a video. Oh, did you see that? Go across the bottom right here. Watch, go across the bottom. Something shoots across. I mean, that could have been a missile or something, right? That could have been a missile, right? Watch. That looked like a missile. That looked like a missile or a rocket to me. You're not trying to rain on the conspiracy parade? That's all right. I was kidding about the moon landing. Okay. Well, them not going to the moon isn't raining on my parade. It's all conspiracy facts now. I don't know about flyboys, but sailors see a lot of strange things after a few drinks. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. A lot of strange things. So let's see here. All right. Why is it not going back? Oh, wait, here we go. All right. Next. Oh, we got a whole bunch of videos in this one. Got 1, 2, 3, 4. These are all videos. Is that just this little dot here in the center of the screen? Well, that's, I guess, interesting. Okay, what are we looking for here? I don't even know what we were looking for in here. I don't know. Should I play it again? I don't even see I don't see what they're looking at here. I just see a bunch of blacked out stuff, which I don't know why it's blacked out. Seems weird. Oh, wait. I think I just saw it go across the top right corner. The top right corner of the screen. Something. These could be rockets or something. I don't know. These could be like rockets. You know, these could be rockets, missiles, you know. Now that's something floating across the screen. That could just be that could be a balloon or something with like a propeller or something making it go. It just cuts across the screen right there. I don't know. This is chasing this thing here. See these lights there to the left? It's chasing, trying to capture it. To the left of the screen. Like the bright lights in the corner to the left. It's trying to get it. Past the save act, but look at our bellies. That's one of them plasma balls from the swamp gas. They're chasing this thing, trying to keep up with it, and they can't catch it. That light that not just took off. Did you see it just take off and shoot off the screen? Wow. That's crazy. Do a conspiracy Thursday on this. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. All right. I think that's enough of this. We're done on this. We're not gonna. So that's what they're showing. That's what they're showing. Department of War begins to release the UFO files. Pentagon releases dozens of files offering transparency on alien and extraterrestrial life. Yeah, that was a fast mover. Yeah. I mean, it's cool, but come on. Yeah, I don't, like, I don't want to, that's the thing is I don't want to sit here and poo-poo all over everything, but most of this stuff, I look at it and I go, well, this could be explained by this could be explained by that. Government is showing it is curated or fake. Yeah. I mean, like a lot of those things, they look like a missile or a rocket. Sure, it's not a Galaga emulator. Yeah. Yeah. If the government is showing it, yeah. Like if they released a file, that said, like, here's where we kept the body that from the crash at Roswell or something, I go, oh, okay. Yeah, it could be anything. Yeah, it could be anything. Really could. On to the next story here. We got the Federal Appeals Court rejects detention of illegal aliens living in the U.S. without bond. So they're rejecting it. These tyrannical lower court inferior judges are doing this crap. I'd be curious to know the dates and places. Well, all the dates are there. If you guys want, here, I'll give you the website. All right. Here's the website that gives you all the stuff. I'll put it in the chat. You want to go there and check it out. I'll put it in the chat. This is the government website where it's got all the dates. It's got everything. It's got all the, you just go to the release number and you go through it and it gives you the release date. It gives you the date that it happened, July, whatever, September, October, it gives you the, like all the stuff, where it was and all that. So it's all there. Check it out. You want to check it out. The 11th Circuit's decision deepens the divide among multiple federal appeals courts. I can't believe the 11th Circuit sided with the illegal aliens. What's going on with the 11th Circuit? Federal Appeals Court on Wednesday rejected the Trump administration's no-bond policy of detaining illegal aliens living in the U.S. while they go through removal proceedings. A divided three-judge panel for the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit ruled that federal government's interpretation of immigration law does not apply to illegal non-citizens already within the country as opposed to at the border. This is a problem because this is going to the Supreme Court. There's the bottom line. Because I thought this was already argued at the Supreme Court. Maybe I'm wrong. I swore this was already argued at the Supreme Court about the difference between admission and entry or something like that. It's like an application for admission or admitted alien or something like that. Executive unfettered authority to detain without the possibility of bond every unadmitted alien present in the U.S. U.S. District Judge Staley Marcus wrote, nowhere in the text, structure, or history of the immigration law does a reading find the steady footing. Marcus was joined by U.S. District Judge Robin Rosenbaum, who rejecting the Trump administration's interpretation. The law is known as the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act. The act requires federal immigration authorities to detain illegal aliens without bond who are seeking unlawful entry into the country. If they're seeking unlawful entry, that means they're here illegally. I don't understand. The 11th Circuit said this does not apply to illegal aliens already residing in the United States. It's crazy. The question we face today is whether unadmitted aliens found in the interior are eligible for bond while they go through immigration proceedings. Why would the people who snuck into the border be any more get more rights than the people caught crossing the border illegally? It doesn't make any sense. For nearly 30 years, the answer was most aliens, yes. Of course, said last year, the Department of Homeland Security took a different view. The judge, Barbara Lagoa, dissented, backing Immigration Customs Enforcement. Now, Barbara Lagoa was on Trump's list to be a Supreme Court justice. She should have been on the Supreme Court instead of Amy Coney Barrett. Yeah. But Mike Pence pushed for Amy Coney Barrett. Barbara Lagoa would have been a banger Supreme Court justice. That's all I'll say. Hey, Just Dawn Soulless Ginger became a new member. Thank you, Just Dawn Soulless Ginger. Casual listener, thank you. That means thanks to Just on Souls Gingers generously becoming a new member at the casual listener level. That means we are now just $61 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Dems and commies have me jaded so much the last 6 years. I'm going to hate all this stuff they like. They hate Trump. I used to not care, but nope, it's all commie BS. That's right. Hey, SP Farmer, great to see you. Not just at the border, she casts blame on prior administrations for not properly enforcing the law. The executive's failure to enforce the statute cannot retroactively narrow its meaning. If anything, the population's growth underscores the consequences of non-enforcement rather than the statute's intended scope. The 11th Circuit ruling deepens the divide on the issue that's been supported by some circuits and rejected in others, setting it on a path to likely be taken up by the Supreme Court. Jacoby says satellite images show suspected oil spill near Iran's Karg Island, a hub for 90% oil. Yes, I believe Iran is purposely dumping oil because they have nowhere to store it. I think that's what's happening. They're dumping the oil, which is going to be a bigger problem. Hey, look at this, $11 from America First. Thank you so much. With that, we're halfway there, folks. We're halfway to adding an hour to the show. That means we're only 50 away. We're just 50 away now, adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, America First. Yes, happy VE Day, everyone. Happy VE Day. Hundreds of district courts and 4 federal appeals courts have weighed in. The 11th Circuit wrote, on Tuesday, the 7th Circuit was split in rejecting the Trump administration policy. The 2nd Circuit has also rejected it. 7th Circuit said federal government lacked the authority to place the individuals at issue, all of whom were already in the United States under mandatory detention. U.S. Circuit Judge John Lee took a similar stance with Judge Marcus on the 11th Circuit, writing that the federal law was not used by prior administrations in the way the current administration is applying it. Well, that doesn't mean that it's not the law. Just because the prior administrations didn't do something doesn't mean it's not the law. Look at this. Now we got another 10 from America First. Thank you. 40 away. Right now we're just 40 away, folks. Just 4D away. 4D away from adding a first additional hour to the show. In summary, the text, statutory context, legislative history, and longstanding executive practice all confirm. So legislative history doesn't mean shit. And executive practice doesn't mean shit. The text and statutory context is all that it matters. And they actually changed up the wording of it when they passed this to apply to people who snuck in the board, who were already in the country. They changed it, not just people seeking admission, but people, waiting to be admitted or something like that. Or the legislation applies to applicants for admission who are seeking lawful entry, not non-citizens unlawfully living in the country. So what they're saying is that somebody who comes to the border and knocks on the door, hey, can I come in? You go, no, you can't come in. They go, why am I not coming anyway? You go, okay, we're going to lock you up and wait to see if you can come in. That's fine. You can detain them. But somebody who just sneaks across the border, you can't detain them. You see how ass backwards this is? What these commie judges are twisting words and everything? At the time, Lee wrote, it's unreasonable to think that Congress intended to subject millions of non-citizens to mandatory detention in oblique, offhanded fashion. Yes, that's exactly what they intended. You got to remember this was passed after the whole screw over happened with the amnesty. It was supposed to stop it. You're already really growing to hate these demon rat judges? Yeah. U.S. Circuit Judge Doris Pryor concurred in part with Lee. Pryor wrote that federal immigration law only applied to immigrants at the country's borders, not to those within the inside the United States. So this judge actually is saying that immigration law doesn't apply to people who snuck in. Judge Thomas Kirsch dissented and agreed with the government stance. Meanwhile, the 5th and 8th Circuits have ruled in favor of the Trump administration. In the 8th Circuit decision on March 25th, it overturned a lower court ruling in favor of an illegal Mexican immigrant who's lived in the United States for years. Because the man had lived in the country for years and had not sought legal status, the lower court said he was not seeking admission. But the majority of judges in the 8th Circuit rejected that, saying the Trump administration is correctly applying the law in question. Illegal immigrants in the United States are seeking admission even if they did not apply for legal status. Yeah. I mean, New York Sun just says, appeals courts split over right of aliens who are here illegally. They have no rights. They're here illegally. They have no rights. They're here illegally. They can get the fuck out. That's what I'm saying. Hey, everybody, we've been going an hour and a half. Oh, look at that. We got $25 from K-Bean on the PayPals. Thank you so much, K-Bean. Thank you so much, K-Bean. That means right now we are just $15 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. And I just want to remind everybody that those donations can come in by Cash App, by PayPal, by Coffee, Ko-Fi, by Super Tips, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships, becoming members, YouTube Super Chats, Kick and Twitch memberships, and Locals coins. It all adds up. It's crazy, and they wonder why so many citizens are turning against immigration. Yes, it is. It's nuts. It's nuts. Wait a minute. And I believe Lisa Day gave another 10 on PayPal. So that means right now we are just $5 away. We are just $5 away, folks, from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much to everybody. Yes. Yes, we are. We are now just $5 away. Thank you, Lisa Day. I didn't see that until now. Thank you so much. An Atlanta-based appeals court rejected a no bond policy. Well, this is going to have to go to Supreme Court. It's going to have to go to Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, I'm thinking, is going to just look at the law and go, well, this is what the law means. Congress is a bunch of lawyers who can't write good laws that will be interpreted later. What is it going to do? Oh, look at this.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much, America First, for the 5. That means we hit the goal, and we are now $100 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. And I'm going to correct this in 1 second and do this one at a time so I don't forget. And then we have a 10 from Just on Solo Ginger. Thank you so much. That means we are now $90 away. She says, happy Friday. That means we are $90 away from a second additional hour. Thank you so much. And I just saw there was a rant. It says rant. Count mine towards the next hour. Thank you so much. Let me pull this up. I got a rant here. Right there for Life is Different for the extra hour. $5. Thank you so much. That's right. And so now we are $85 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Do not disturb Belly. Yes, she's sleeping. Well, we're actually 85 away now. We're 85 away from a second additional hour. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. With the circuit split deepening, the U.S. Supreme Court could be called upon to resolve the issue. Yeah, I would say so. The appeal decided by the 11th Circuit stemmed from lower court ruling in the cases of 2 Mexican men who have been living in the United States without authorization since 2019 and 2015 were arrested during traffic stops in Florida and placed in deportation proceedings. Are you and Jay Lee got an item if that's not too personal? Me? You don't find me on Cash App? Gang, it's just $ Jim tells you. That's it. It's actually on the screen right now. There's a link pinned in the chat for Cash App. You can click on that, or you can just scan the QR code in the top right corner. Is also the Cash App right there. But yeah, it's just let me see here how I can do this. I will put it in the chat again. Right there. There's the links for Cash App, PayPal, Ko-Fi, and SuperTips are all in the chat. Oh, Ginger. Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe they are. She says, don't tell anybody. Okay, I thought me. Like I didn't want to get out about me and Levy. All right. Okay, here we go. Victory for election integrity. The Supreme Court of Virginia strikes down the demon rat gerrymandering referendum as unconstitutional. Dun, dun, dun. So ye old lobster lady is going to be gone. A massive win for the rule of law and election integrity as the Virginia Supreme Court has overturned the Demon Rat Party's rigged gerrymandering referendum, ruling the entire sleazy process to sneak it on the ballot was unconstitutional. Yes, unconstitutional. This is the latest devastating blow to the radical Demon Rat blatant attempt to rewrite Virginia's congressional maps mid-decade and hand themselves a supermajority in the U.S. House by turning the state from a competitive 6-5 split into a laughably unfair 10-1 Democrat slaughter. Jim is a redhead? No, I mean, I did have when I was in my early 20s, I had red in my beard, a little bit of red peppered in. I do have red hair in my family. My youngest grandson has reddish blonde hair. And my grandfather had red hair. I had a great uncle whose name they called Red because of his red hair and stuff like that. So the Gateway Pundit reported back in April, a lower court in Tazewell County had already slammed the brakes on this demon rat power grab, striking down the so-called redistricting amendment and blocking certification of the narrow yes vote from the April 21st special election. So he's only a little soulless. That's right. Demon rats immediately cried foul and rushed to the Supreme Court, begging for a stay so they could ram through their stolen maps. The High Court wasn't buying it then, and they delivered the final knockout. What it actually did was authorize a shameless mid-decade redraw designed to wipe out Republican strongholds and create a permanent demon rat stranglehold on Virginia's delegation ahead of the 2026 midterms. Legal experts, including former Virginia Attorney General Ken Cuccinelli, had warned from the beginning that the process violated multiple provisions of the Virginia Constitution, including improper timing and notice requirements, as well as misleading way demon rats framed the question to trick voters. The Supreme Court clearly agreed, ruling the whole thing was invalid. On Friday, the High Court ruled that the entire process demon rats used to ram the ballot measure through was unconstitutional, violating the plain language of the Virginia's Constitution and tainting the narrow yes vote from last month's special election. Yeah, I mean, they actually put on there, like they said, oh, do you want to vote for fairness in elections? Like, how are you going to put fairness? That's a subjective thing. You can't vote on fairness when it's subjected. Decision voids the results entirely and keeps the state's current congressional maps in place, preserving a competitive 6-5 Democratic edge rather than handing the radical left a rigged 10-1 super majority. Virginia will keep their 5 Republican districts. Yeah. Weeks after Virginia narrowly approved the plan, the court ruled Democrat lawmakers did not meet the procedural requirements. That's good, get that out there, get it done.
Republicans in Virginia celebrating a circuit court win after ruling the newly passed Democrat-led redistricting map was unconstitutional just one day after it passed. This legal battle begins as other states nationwide have already joined the redistricting fight, including major players like California and Texas changing their congressional maps, with all eyes now turning to Florida. Joining me now to react is Pittsburgh-based columnist and Washington Examiner political reporter Selena Zito. Selena, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. So clearly a whole lot going on across the country. But first, at this news out of Virginia, where a circuit court judge is blocking this major Democrat win that took place just a day earlier for their redistricting effort. And Virginia Attorney General Jay Jones says that he's immediately going to file an appeal. So where do you see this one going?
In chaos. That's where I see this one going.
Chaos.
Right? You know, this whole
Chaos.
effort actually began in Pennsylvania in 2018 when the state Supreme Court overturned an existing congressional map in the middle of a congressional session. Right? Everything was chopped up, turned around, and went from one that was picked by the majority at the time, Republicans, to then picked by a judge that favored Democrats heavily. And so what's going on in Virginia, to me, is a perfect example of overreach by a party that won in November. They won, they won the governor's office. They won all these state and Senate, or these House and Senate seats. But they misread what voters were telling them. Voters wanted something different. Right? Yeah. They weren't particularly happy with the party, the candidate that was running for governor in November of last year. However, overreach is never what you sort of do after you win. You never win because of you. You just win because voters are looking for something different. Mm-hmm. It is the Democrats that are going to ultimately suffer for making this decision, this sort of creating this chaos in the state.
Well, it continues, this tit for tat, because now we're talking about Florida, and Governor Ron DeSantis is apparently very interested in redrawing the map in Florida to pick up some Republican seats. But there is some concern that this could backfire on Republicans, and Democrats are saying, bring it on. Take a listen to what Hakeem Jeffries said, and then Governor DeSantis's response. Watch this.
Our message to Florida Republicans is F around and find out.
Oh, cool.
If they go down the road of a DeSantis dummy mander, the Florida Republicans are going to find themselves in the same situation as Texas Republicans.
Really?
Please be my guest. I will pay for you to come down to Florida and campaign. I'll put you up in the Florida governor's mansion. We'll take you fishing. We'll do all this stuff. There's nothing that could be better for Republicans in Florida than to see Hakeem Jeffries, everywhere around this state.
So what do you think about that, Selena? Should Florida go forward with this redistricting effort?
Well, I mean, this is now become the norm, right? We don't want it to. I think what gets hurt the most are the voters. Right?
Yeah.
They're drawn into districts that don't represent.
Yep, they don't represent them.
I live in a rural part of Western Pennsylvania, and yet I'm represented by a Democrat who lives in the city, and most of the district is the city, and then there's just like this skinny little line, and then it goes all the way out to another county, right? But I think who loses the most are the voters, and I just think we're heading into more chaos.
Yeah, I hear you there. Chaos appears to be the label of this story.
Yeah.
I hope so. I hope you're right, Karen. I hope you're right. Same in New York, definitely. Same in New York. Same in New York.
Certainly something to follow. Selena, thank you so much for joining us. Great.
Yeah, Virginia Supreme Court on Friday invalidated a new voter-approved districting map. We hold the legislative process employed to advance this proposal violated Article 7, Section 1 of the Constitution of Virginia. Well, that's not a technicality. That means it's unconstitutional. The constitutional violation incurably taints the resulting referendum vote and nullifies its legal efficacy. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Texas Republicans are in a big old mess. Stop it, Akeem. Just stop it. Yeah, it's crazy, right? They're in a big old mess. A big old 4. A big old 5. Virginia Supreme Court heard the oral arguments last month over a newly passed map. Yeah, I kind of figured this was going to happen when Trump and the military put a 7-year operational plan. Conclusion of the plan comes into play 2024. That's what's the final battle. I hope so. It was also expected to yield a 10-1 advantage for the Demon Rats in the Virginia's congressional delegation. Republicans quickly sued to block the effort. Late as all. Kelly J. Well, thanks for being here. Dems are throwing epic toddler temper tantrums because they can't steal elections any longer. What are they going to do? What are they going to do when the Supreme Court rules that election day means election day? Doesn't mean You can't, like California counts votes for 30 days after election day. When that stops, I think things are going to change. Well, that's what we need, April Maid. Paper ballots, no machines. Yes, that's what we need. That's what we need. Yes. Trump immediately took to social media to praise the ruling. Huge win for Republicans and America. The Demon Rat National Committee Chair Ken Martin argued that a group of unelected judges on the Virginia Supreme Court chose to put partisan politics over the. Doesn't he know that the Virginia Supreme Court is made up of like 6 out of the 7 judges are Democrats? You didn't know that? Democrat appointees. Meanwhile, Virginia Attorney General Jay Jones, a demon rat, lamented the ruling as one that puts politics over the rule of law. No, that's what you guys did. You see, everything they say is the opposite. They put politics over the rule of law. They violated the Constitution to do it. And then they're trying to it's always the opposite. Blame everybody else for what you're doing. Every legal path forward. They're going to evaluate every legal path forward. You don't have any legal path forward. You're going to try to appeal it to the U.S. Supreme Court? Yeah, let's see how that goes. Yeah. It was not immediately clear what steps they might entail. However, if the state might try to kick the state up to the U.S. Supreme Court for review. Yeah, rest in peace, bozo. You ain't kidding. Decision silences the voices of millions of Virginians who cast their ballots in every corner of Commonwealth. It silenced you guys silenced the votes of 1.3 million Virginians who had already cast their ballots when you guys voted on this fucking thing. Yeah. You weren't supposed to do that. You didn't post what it actually meant. You were supposed to post it 90 days ahead of time. All these things you were supposed to do. You didn't do any of them. PA's last election had lots of D judges just elected. Yeah, well, that's how they do. That's how they do. Republican National Committee Chair Joe Gruters praised the ruling, describing it as a huge win for election integrity. This was a clear violation of the Constitution. That's why the RNC stepped in to stop the Demon Rats' rigged maps and won. Justice has been served. Now, here's the thing. I wonder if they're going to have to, they're probably going to have to vote on it again in the House and then have to hold another vote on it with the people. And for some reason, I have a feeling that the vote might not turn out the way they expect it to. Because they're going to have another vote and they're going to have to have, they're going to have another vote and an intervening election. So let's see what happens. Yeah, the U.S. Supreme Court won't even look at it. They probably won't. Virginia's former Attorney General Jason Miyares also praised the ruling. If Abigail Sperm Booger, what do you think's better? Okay, Sperm Booger or Scum Booger for Virginia, for Abigail? Is it Sperm Booger or Scum Booger? I can't decide. Virginia Demon Rats had paid attention to my October 25th AG's opinion that made clear the scheme was unconstitutional and illegal. They could have saved more than $70 million. He believes SCOTUS sent the election stuff back to the lower courts. Scum? Okay, Scum's better. All right. I know Sperm might be a little, might be a little too dirty. Meanwhile, Susan DelBene, chair of the Demon Rat Congressional Campaign Committee, characterized it as a reversal of the democratic process. Nearly no bodily fluid should ever be uttered in polite public. Okay. Just call her WAD, Jim. I guess I could. This is a setback that sends a terrible message to Americans. The powerful and elite will do everything they can to silence you. What the fuck? That's what they were doing. They were trying to silence more than half their state. Holy crap, holy. Gouveia read the court documents. I may be mistaken. It happens. Which Supreme Court are you talking about? The Virginia Supreme Court or the U.S. Supreme Court? I mean, some of the stuff the U.S. Supreme Court has just been turning away, saying we're not dealing with it. Trump last spring floated the idea of a rare, if not unheard of, mid-decade congressional redistricting effort. Well, Trump talked about it, but here's the thing. The stuff that happened in Texas was because of the Biden administration stopped Texas from redistricting in 2021 because of the 2020 census. Like, Texas did not get to redistrict. They got shut out. They should have been able to redistrict, and they didn't get to. The Biden administration pulled all types of shit. They cheated Texas out of seats. They cheated Florida out of seats. They cheated Tennessee out of seats. They cheated a bunch of red places out of seats and gave other places like California, New York, and Illinois, let them keep seats they shouldn't have because they lost population while population grew in Florida, grew in Texas, grew in Tennessee, grew throughout the South. Yeah, classic confession through projection. Freaking demon rats. Yep. Freaking demon rats. Yep, they're freaking demon rats. Yep, they are freaking demon rats. That's how they be. Yes, Texas has seen a big influx of population. So has Florida. I mean, Florida's grown by like 2 million or 2.5 million people in the last 4 or 5 years. Like a lot. But even before the census was done, Florida had grown. Because in 2020, people were fleeing the Northeast coming to Florida. It's a little while. Most people won't listen until the scourge comes into their space. I'm trying to tell you now. I've seen it already. What are you talking about? I cash apped you, I think. Well, let's see. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Thank you so much, American Jane, for the $10 from Cash App. That means we are now just $75 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. That is awesome. View the personalized note. It says, from American Jane. Well, thank you. I'll give you a little heart there. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Californians went to Florida during COVID. Yeah, a bunch of people went there. DOJ is suing Colorado for their commie gun restrictions. Yes, it's great. Great news. They're suing Denver for their assault weapons ban, and they're suing the state of Colorado for their magazine ban. So what about you? I said, thank you. Thank you so much. I did say thank you, K-Bean, for the 25. That was way earlier tonight. Thank you so much. I can't give you a heart on PayPal. They don't give you that option on PayPal to send a heart. On Cash App, they do. On PayPal, it doesn't give me any option to send anything. I would. I did say thank you to you though earlier. I did announce it because you were part of it. Your 25 was right like what's got us to within like $5 of going to the next hour. You're 25. Here's a heart for Bean. There you go. Sorry, I cheated on you. No, you didn't cheat on me. You're fine. What are you talking about? New Yorkers move here to the Poconos. Yeah. Californians mostly went to Texas. Okay, you say most people. What are you talking about? You're so blind. What are you talking about? You're so blind. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? Am I losing it here? The effort was aimed at redrawing congressional districts. Sorry, I had to do something. I had to do something. I had to fix something. Okay. So when do we see them go after the feds for violating the Second Amendment? Every gun store is a forced federal agency. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. I want to see. I want all gun laws. In my personal opinion, all gun laws are unconstitutional. The NFA, the GCA, the Hughes Amendment, all got to go. Girl rant fights equals 6 more hours. Way to go, Jim. Thank you. Yes. Looks like a lot of women in here. Hey, Jim, I don't know if you can access my repost, but you need to see and share or go to Alex Jones here on Rumble. Just posted about 50 minutes ago to catch a predator of BB's former security guy. I heard some of that. I heard something like that there was a guy that got caught. They sent him back. The effort was aimed at redrawing congressional district maps in GOP-led states to pad the fragile House majority. You don't have to be sorry for anything, KB, and you're fine, Chief. You're good. Asked last summer about his plan to add Republican-leaning House maps. Trump said Texas will be the biggest one. That'll be 5. The Sullivan Act 2 automatic knives. Yes, that needs to go too. The automatic knives are illegal? Really? Alexis Jones. Epoch Times says Virginia Supreme Court strikes down new congressional map that favors demon rats. All right. Next story here we get Iran seizes U.S. sanctioned oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman, returns it to Iran. Switchblades. Yeah, switchblades. I don't know about automatic knives because, like, I don't know if I could show it. I got this thing. I don't know. It's like that thing is broke all the time. I don't know. It doesn't work now. It used to work. It used to pop out and come out. I don't know. Now it's broke, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to have to open it up and figure out what's wrong with it. Oh, well. Now it's stuck. It won't even close. Piece of crap. Whatever. Yeah, they seized their own oil tanker. I'm going to have to figure out. Ow, that hurts. I'm going to have to figure out what's wrong with that. I tried to buy a switchblade in Italy, and it would only sell me tiny miniature ones. It was so cute. They acted all sus. Yeah. I used to have an actual switchblade years ago, like an real switchblade, an Italian one that someone brought back from like somewhere, but it got stolen. WD-40. Yeah. If they want to ban it, I want more of it. Yeah, that's a box cutter. Yeah, I know. It's just I used to have butterfly knives you can still get. They're fine. I used to have one of those. They seized their own oil tanker, but they aren't discombobulated according to the retard right. They are holding back, which is we wait. Yeah. It's illegal there. Get a samurai sword. I heard Bella used it last night. Ask her what happened to it. Yeah, maybe. You can still get them or prepare your wallet. That's like I don't know. Someone gave me that. And I was like, oh, whatever. I'm not a big knife guy. I never have been. I don't really like knives. Maybe because I've been stabbed before, so I don't like knives. I don't know. I'm just saying. Iran claims to have seized a U.S.-sanctioned vessel carrying Iranian oil and redirected it back to Iran's southern shores. During a special operation, naval commandos in the Islamic Republic's Iran army detained the violating oil tanker Ocean Koi, reports on state-owned television said. Importing balisongs are kind of a gray area, and some states ban carrying them. Well, yeah, I mean, you used to be like the balisong ones. You used to be able to get them at like certain stores where they sold like Chinese stars and stuff like that. They would sell the actual balisong knives. They're pricey. They even were back in the 80s and 90s. If you have a firearm, you won't get stabbed. I know, right? Machetes seem to be gaining popularity. Yeah. I got a switchblade from Guns and Ammo Mag when I was a kid. Sent my 40 through the mail. Thing was sharp AF. Cool because California didn't allow them. Cool. Good old Guns and Ammos didn't care. Yeah. Wait, what? You were stabbed? You don't like knives? That's so weird. Yes. I grew up on the south side of Chicago, so. Yeah. They bring those machetes with them. Yeah, that's how they hack through the jungle. I just want to make it mega viral, so alerting everyone with any reach. Thanks for having a great weekend. No problem. Spider Co. Fly Song was an interesting story, but we got screwed in the end. Yeah. Spider Co. are some good knives. Yeah. What else? I had a buddy who always liked Tantos. You know, the Tanto knives are like I don't know. They're like a single blade. They don't fold or nothing. They come out of a sheet. I don't know. I mean, I carried knives for work and stuff like that, like a hook knife for peeling cable and stuff like that, but never really anything else. Did someone rob me? Yes. Multiple times. Use the right tool for the job, yeah. They sell switchblades on Amazon. Yeah. That was back before, like back in the 90s, before in Illinois you couldn't legally carry a gun anywhere in Illinois. It was against the law. But the good thing was at that time, if you did decide to carry one in Chicago, it was just a misdemeanor, which like was nothing at the time. They would just take your gun away and you'd pay a fine. As long as you had legally owned it, you know what I mean? Like you had your FOID card and stuff, but there was no concealed carry permits at that time. Now, the vessel was attempting to disrupt oil exports and interests of the Iranian nation. Citing a shipping database, the tanker appears to be managed by a Chinese company. Iranian media released video showing two small boats approaching the tanker in darkness. So they actually, I think this is a report that they actually accidentally attacked a Chinese tanker that they weren't supposed to. Armed men board the vessel and raise the Iranian flag. The reports didn't note when the seizure took place. U.S. sanctioned tanker was the same name in February, alleging it's part of Iran's fleet of shadow vessels that store and ship barrels of sanctioned oil, according to Bloomberg. You have an autographed buck knife? Autographed by who? Buck Wild or Buck Cherry? This is the craziest non-victimization I've ever heard. You talking about me, or are you talking about something else? So sporadic clashes in the Strait of Hormuz. You? Me? I've been shot too. It's not a big deal. You know, I grew up in Chicago on the South Side in the 90s, 80s and 90s. You know, it was a rough place. Stuff happened. A lot of my friends didn't make it out alive. Sporadic clashes between Iranian armed forces and U.S. vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Few details given. 2 more empty Iranian flag tankers come under U.S. aerial attack for attempting to breach a blockade. Iran says U.S. violated ceasefire after last night's U.S. action, which resulted in Iranian military death and injuries. However, Tehran was still reviewing U.S. peace proposal. Tasm News says Iran seized oil tanker, accusing it of attempting to disrupt oil exports and interest in Iranian. Ongoing sporadic clashes. Oh, no, I'm not a badass at all. Not at all. Just live and learn. Couldn't afford enough Playboys for an anti-stab vest. No. Yeah. Was it Leroy Brown? No, you don't. Jim's fine. It's okay. Jim's got it taken care of. I once wanted to go to Chicago Art Institute. Glad I didn't go. If I'm not, I think the Art Institute is downtown Chicago, which downtown Chicago used to be extremely safe. It's not so safe anymore. I used to love going as a kid, going to the Museum of Science and Industry. Fine. No, KB, I'm just saying, it's good. I'm good. It's good. All's good. All's well. All's fair. All's well. All is well. All is well. He doesn't own one. No, I don't own one. Dead Croy is correct. I don't own one. Yes. The food is worth getting stabbed anyway. Well, the food's pretty good in Chicago. It is. But, you know, it's a long story. I remember the good old days of having to get the sheriff to give you a carry permit in Iowa. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there was no such thing. There was no such thing in Illinois as a carry permit up until mid 2000s. I want to say 2007, 2008, somewhere around there when they finally got it. Concealed carry permits. They never had it. It was just you couldn't get them. It was just Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghai has condemned U.S. aggression and venturism, but also confirmed Tehran is still reviewing the U.S. proposal, still going to respond soon. Al Jazeera cites state media on emerging deaths from the Iranian side. Mohammed Radamir, governor of the Manab County in southern Iran, said he has received word that the rescuers have found a body of one of 5 sailors reported missing after U.S. attack on Iranian vessel overnight around the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's Mir agency quoted Radmir as saying the search teams are continuing efforts to find the 4 remaining missing sailors. Details of the fresh U.S. airstrikes on tankers. Only been to Chicago once. Happened to be Oktoberfest. I had a good time. Yeah, I'm telling you, there used to be so much fun, and I used to love it, man. I did. I had a great time. It just changed. It got really bad. It got really, really bad and unsafe. I was once in Chicago, once landed in a plane, left by car immediately. It really changed. I mean, I don't know. It was really, really changed there. It did. All right. We're going to start up another goal here on the YouTube. The goal expired. We're going to go with another 1 hour, 10 super chats, the yellows. And we're going to say we are. That's what I thought. We are currently 75 away. Let's start this. We got another hour. Banga, banga, boonga. That's what we doing. All right. Cool. All right. I was in Great Mistakes for a year for school. Only did tourist stuff, though. Yeah. Well, I was born in Chicago in 75. Their dad was stationed in San Diego. That's what is America. Okay, you better have skills. Yeah, well, you better. Rights are the people's, laws demand them now. Wall Street Journal's detailed, based on CENTCOM's press relief, after 2 Iranian flag tankers came under attack by the U.S. for breach of the blockade. A U.S. F-18 Super Hornet jet from aircraft carrier George H.W. Bush fired precision munitions into their smokestacks, disabling the tanker. And then there was another. Oh, let's see. We got a video. Oh. I didn't see anything there. Oh, there we go. Wow. That did the trick. Wow. That did the trick. That did the trick. The IRGC on Friday is warning vessels to stay away from U.S. warships in the Strait of Hormuz amid concerns of a full war could be imminent. They're going to have to start. Every time a diplomatic solution is on the table, the U.S. opts for a reckless military. Oh, yeah, okay, Abbas Aragachi. It's you guys fucking around, not us. Army commando seized a violating oil tanker. Yeah, you guys accidentally shot the wrong ship is what happened. Oh, what's this?
با حول و قوه الهی و با یاد خدا و همچنین اسم فاطمه زهرا این کار رو شروع می‌کنیم.
Bala. Habala hala. We're gonna take a ship. Halabala halabala. Durka Durka, Muhammad Jihad. Durka Durka, Muhammad Jihad. Full war, eh? Yeah. If that's what they want, Finch, I think they might not. You know what they say, be careful what you wish for, you just might get it. They're celebrating taking over a ship that was already theirs. And this I find interesting, all right? I'll show you guys this. This is what it says oil prices today are, $78.82. I don't get it. Like if oil prices are $78.82, it seems like, you know, they were all the way down here at below 77 and they spiked up here to like 79, but they're below $80 is what this says. What's going on with that? To me, that seems like prices should be coming down. I don't know. And then Rubio says he expects Iran to send a proposal on Friday, which is today. And U.S. is price gouging. It seems like something. Why is gas so high then? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Something though. Durka Durka. F these effers. Yes. Rubio says he expects Iran to send a proposal today. Trump says ceasefire is still intact. We're expecting a response from him today. Yes. Amen, KB. Amen. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said the White House has expected a response proposal on May 8th from the Iranian regime about ending the war, coming as American and Iranian forces clash in the region in recent days. We're expecting a response from today at some point. We have not received that yet, he told reporters. He said that while he was visiting the Pope in Italy about negotiation between Washington and Tehran. Rubio added U.S. officials hope the Iranian proposal is something that we can put us in a serious process in negotiation. Secretary said U.S. government's aware of recent reports saying Iran is attempting to create some agency that's going to control traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, a key waterway, and said that would be unacceptable. Yes, we do. We deserve answers. We do. We do. Trump said on True Social that the ceasefire is still holding despite the flare-up. Like there was a whole thing that happened the last couple of days. I don't know if you guys saw about it. Looking forward to Operation Epic follow-up. Gas is high due to price gouging and selling of refined fuels to other countries in California. That's what I think so. Brits are messing with speculation. Fact. Yes, they are. It's a lot of speculation going on. I will say, I did see today that reports that oil futures for July are already under $70 a barrel. You know, for contracts to execute in July are already under 70 a barrel. So they're expecting the prices to drop. Now, I don't know if that's that they think this is going to be all wrapped up and over, or if it's because of the UAE and Saudi Arabia are moving to transition all their oil production to go out to the Red Sea as opposed to the Persian Gulf or the Arabian Gulf, whatever you want to call it. So when, you know, if that's the case, if it's the pipeline that they're trying to wrap up the huge pipeline to send the stuff to the Red Sea to transit it through Suez instead of out the Persian Gulf, well, I mean, yeah, out the Strait of Hormuz, maybe that won't matter then. You missed out on that one. Operation Epic Circle Back. The salt mine in Erie, PA gets shipped out of the country. Yeah. 3 world-class destroyers just transited very successfully under fire. There was no damage done to destroyers, but great damage done to the Iranian attackers. Yeah, they tried to fire on 3 Aegis-class Arleigh Burke destroyers. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. They trifled with us today. We blew them away. Last month, a ceasefire was announced between the two nations. But official with the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said on Friday, the United States violated the ceasefire by targeting an Iranian oil tanker and another vessel entering the strait. Since the start, Trump has said Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon and that such prohibition was implicit in a proposal made by Washington to Iran. Hey, TR Snokehouse, great to see you, buddy. Thanks for being here. I thought I saw you over in Rumble, too. Did I see you in Rumble, too? Yes, over in Rumble, both places. Thank you so much, OTR Smokehouse. Thanks for being here. Some European countries have long said Tehran is attempting to enrich uranium to weapons-grade levels. Well, yeah, they're doing. That's what they're doing. There's zero chance, and they know it. They've agreed to it. Let's see if they're willing to sign it. Earlier this week, Trump told reporters during a White House event the United States would obtain Iran's enriched uranium, although he did not elaborate on how that might happen. We're going to get it one way or the other. We're either going to take it by force or they're going to give it to us. Why can't we just say that? You're either going to give it to us or we're going to take it by force. Who's going to stop us from taking it? Central Command said 2 more Iranian ships accused of violating the blockade were disabled as they sought to enter the Iranian port in the Gulf of Oman. 2 Iranian flagships attempted to enter the country's port before 2 U.S. F-18 fighter planes disabled both vessels. I believe they were Super Hornets. I think they were F-18As, Super Hornets. F-A-18As, I think, or something like that. Another vessel was disabled on May 6th by U.S. military as it attempted to enter the Iranian port in the Gulf of Oman. I thought there was some video of Rubio talking. I thought I had video of Rubio talking. I don't know where it went. All right, here we go.
Everybody agrees that Iran having a nuclear weapon is unacceptable. I mean, I don't know of anyone who thinks it's a good idea for Iran to have a nuclear weapon except the Ayatollah. So I think the question is, what do you do about it? And the president's actually trying to do something about it. And so, I mean, I don't know what I don't think there's any disagreement that they can't have a nuclear weapon. I think the question is, what do you do about it? And, we've had every American president says, oh, they can't have a nuclear weapon. This is the first American president that's actually trying to do something concrete about it. I don't know who would disagree with that. I mean, it's an important thing that has to be confronted. Everybody agrees that Iran having a nuclear weapon is unacceptable. I mean, I don't know of anyone who thinks it's a good idea for Iran to have a nuclear weapon except the Ayatollah. So I think the question is, what do you do about it? And the president's actually trying to do something about it. And so, I mean, I don't know what I don't think there's any disagreement that they can't have a nuclear weapon. I think the question is, what do you do about it? And
yeah, what do you do about it? You blow them up. That's what you do. That's what you do. You blow them the fuck up. Let's see. I swear there was more videos that I saw him talking today. It's May 5th. No, I thought today. I swear there was video of him today talking. Where is it? Whatever. I don't know. If you're going to appeal to SCOTUS, maybe don't misspell Virginia. Oh, look at they misspelled Virginia. Look at that. They misspelled Virginia. They misspelled Virginia. They misspelled Virginia in their SCOTUS application. Joint motion to delay issuing mandate. Wow. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. All right. Oh, this is another sad case. Look at this. Another sad case of a vulnerable girl who bought into the myth that we were all the same, sold a bill of goods by the mainstream media, liberal politicians, and Madison Avenue in Hollywood. It got her murdered. Wake up. Her name is Isabella Stroop. She was 19. She loved books. Her family called her Bella. She was tied to a bed with a toe strap and tortured for months. Can you believe this stuff?
18-year-old Isabella Stroop, who CMPD says was raped, tortured, and murdered inside this East Charlotte apartment.
She was 19. And she just appeared in her picture so vulnerable.
24-year-old Tomas Hamilton has been charged with first-degree murder and first-degree forcible rape in connection to Isabella's death. Court records say last Friday morning, Hamilton called 911 from this QT near his East Charlotte apartment. He reported that Isabella, the woman he says he was dating, had a heart attack during sex and stopped breathing. Officers found her tied up in a bedroom. The medical examiner later finding that Isabella had several broken bones and stab wounds. Documents say detectives learned she had been tortured over several months. They say she would have been physically incapable of providing sexual consent, hence the rape charge.
What I suspect is that he isolated her, from her family and friends, more than likely. And that is one of the first tactics that abusers do.
A toe strap, like for
BOJ's
toe.
nonprofit Impact Plus actually has a different approach to domestic violence prevention. They actually work with the abuser, counseling them on their choices and how they justify committing that domestic violence. As it relates to Tomas Hamilton, we understand, and I did some checking, that as far as a criminal record, although he really has are some traffic violations and a couple charges for carrying a concealed weapon, those out of Cleveland County dating back to 2021. Live in East Charlotte, Jonathan.
Oh, just a couple charges. Just a couple charges. Just a couple charges. Spencer Pratt released another banger of a ad. That volume's very loud.
Turns out it's a lot easier to fight fires when there's water in the reservoirs. We're even allowed to arrest criminals now, with handcuffs and everything.
I don't have to wonder anymore whether I just stepped in human shit or dog shit, so that's nice.
I only see needles in the hospital now. Who knew it could be this way?
I love going to the park now that it's not an open drug market.
Okay, who here is willing to admit that common sense actually turned out to be good?
I feel safe walking her. She's definitely having a Pratt summer.
Who's having a Pratt summer?
This guy's got some good ads, man. He is. He's nailing it. He's got some good ads. He's a rock star. Yes. This guy's ads are just, I don't know, man. I hope he can win. I just don't know. I think LA might be lost. I hope not. But check this out. This story, I saw this. I was like, oh, you guys got to hear about this. A Georgia mayor fires the entire police force. All right. Yes, he has the best ads. He does. He's got some good ads. Who's ever working on it? I think there might be some Hollywood people helping him. I really do. There's some people in Hollywood, the actual people that know what they're doing in Hollywood, like actual people. How retarded is LA? Oh, it's very retarded. So I don't know. He's got a good AI guy. Yeah. He's got a very good AI guy. He's got somebody that works in media helping him. So this Cohota mayor, Ron Shinnick, fired all 10 employees of the Cohota Police Department for making inappropriate comments that upset his wife. Pam was fired as the town clerk after creating a hostile work environment, but allegedly continued to work and have access to personnel information. Officers shared their complaints on Facebook, which Ron claimed were inappropriate and upset Pam. After initially resolving the dispute with the police chief, Greg Fowler, Ron posted a sign on the department door 1 week later that read, "The PD has been dissolved and all personnel have been terminated." So this mayor just decided that, yes, they do. It's a litmus test. They deserve what they vote for. You ain't kidding. If they vote for the communist lady or the farther left communist lady, then they both get what they deserve. James Woods, maybe. I don't know. James Woods would have been good to run for governor, but I don't think he might be too polarizing. He'll be ruled incompetent and sent to do it again, probably. This comes to a personal vendetta from the mayor. I mean, check this out. This is crazy.
Well, I don't think it's that dire at all. They'll get a paycheck. We're not we're not that way, and I appreciate their service. Okay, it's just time for a change. It's a guy thing. Occasionally, college football programs you have to change the coach, and some people like it, some don't. And that's just kind of the way it happens sometimes. I want to report on the low country. Right?
I think other people have.
That's really a more pressing issue here entitled on the low country. Come together, resolve concerns,
and reaffirm our shared commitment.
However, this morning, a note was posted on the Cohutta Police Department's door.
Initial response from the town attorney: nobody's jobs are in jeopardy. Here we are less than a week later. Nobody has a job. We took a stand for transparency, and in result, every one of them's lost their jobs.
My understanding is that a lot of the police officers heard through the grapevine that they were going to be terminated because of the letters that they wrote. I don't think them exercising their First Amendment right and filing complaints a valid reason to fire anybody.
Yep. Yeah. This is what corruption in government looks like. Crazy that someone try this. Sometimes you got to fire everybody like the SEC. By the way, you guys are reporting on the concrete over here. Yeah. One important part of the info you left out, according to citizens, is that the mayor's wife, who was the clerk, was also stealing funds. Those officers were investigating her. Now that's a rumor around these parts. Yeah. Small town governments is just marriage with a budget. Yeah, she's upset. We're closing down the police department. Here's the background. Lawsuits coming. The mayor's wife was fired as a town clerk last year for allegedly creating a hostile work environment. Officers raised concern that she's retained access to personnel and classified town information after her termination. This led to complaints and inappropriate Facebook comments by officers about the situation. And at the end of April, can I blow this up at all? No, it won't let me blow it up. All right, I can do this, share this tab instead, and then I can go like this. Do this. Do this. All right. All right, here we go. Okay. In a small town, Rare dissolved the entire 10-force officer police force effective immediately. A notice was posted on the department door. PD's been dissolved, all personnel been terminated. Mayor's wife was fired as a town clerk for allegedly creating a hostile work environment. Officers raised concern. She retained access to police, personal and classified town information and systems after her termination, led to complaints and inappropriate Facebook comments by officers about the situation. At the end of April 2026, a press conference meeting occurred with the mayor, police chief, and others where they claimed to have resolved the issues. The town attorney assured officers their jobs were safe and that filing complaints was protected under the First Amendment. Just days later, Mayor Shinnick unilaterally terminated everyone, including Chief Fowler, citing the officer's Facebook comments and calling it changing the coach are necessary due to prior complaints about the department. Officers, including former Sergeant Jeremy May, described it as a personal vendetta and retaliation, contradicting earlier assurances. Whitfield County Sheriff's Office is now handling law enforcement for the town. Equipment is being returned, and officers received final paychecks. Hey, April May, thank you so much for the 10. That means right now we are just $65 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. That's right, folks. This show is as long as all you good people want it to be. The show could be 3 hours tonight. It could be 4 hours. It could be however long you want it to be. It could be 5 hours. You guys decide. Concerns include longer emergency response times for residents as the sheriff's office covers a larger area. And the town council scheduled a special meeting around May 9th to seek the mayor's removal and potentially reinstate the department. Lawsuits from the fired officers are widely expected. This is a small town power dispute involving alleged retaliation, transparency issues, and abuse of power claims. Dalus is way out. Wow, is way behind. Sounds like they kept the coach and fired the team. That's what it sounds like. Yes, thank you, April May. Thank you so much. Well, who they would likely sue? The town of Cohutta as the employer municipal entity. This is a primary defendant in most public employee cases. Mayor Ron Shinnick, personally and in his official capacity for alleged retaliation, abuse of authority. This would be something I think the DOJ would look into because this sure seems like corruption and the mayor abusing his authority and stuff like this. It seems like a violation of people's rights under the color of law, stuff like that. It seems like many, many federal laws were violated here. Possibly the town council or attorney, depending on involvement. They generally cannot successfully sue the now dissolved police force itself. It's gone. The police chief, who also fired and likely joining the plaintiffs. Strongest claims, First Amendment violations very strong. Public employees have protected rights to speak out on matters of public concerns, transparency, potential misuse of town systems, classified info, and payroll issues. Officers filed formal complaints and raised concerns about the mayor's wife, former clerk, retaining access after her firing for creating a hostile work environment. Yes, these politicians fail up and think they're entitled to rob us. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. The town attorney explicitly told them their complaints were protected and jobs were safe just days before the mass firing. Inappropriate Facebook comments about the situation could also be protected speech unless they were truly egregious and unrelated to public issues. Retaliation and whistleblower protections. Officers described this as a personal vendetta, raising issues about access to sensitive town information and payroll delays. Looks like protected activity. Procedural due process. If the officers had employment protections, contracts, or civil service rules common in even small towns for police, the unilateral dissolution without process could violate rights. Georgia is generally an at-will, but public employees get constitutional safeguards that at-will private employees don't. Breach of any assurances given at the late April meeting, and potential defamation if the mayor's statements are proven to be defamation. Oh, this is great. You want to see something? You want to see what the major problem, one of the major problems is in the U.S. right now? This is a major problem in the U.S. This is a major problem in the U.S. Got this girl here. This guy, Ana Francisco, tries to have a conversation with a Latina girl in Nashville that claims to have been born in America. And no matter how many times he tries to get her to understand what it means to be an American, she just doesn't get it. She only sees herself as a Mexican. She doesn't see herself as American.
I was born here.
You're born here?
Yes.
So you're American?
Yeah, but my nationality...
Your nationality is American. Your nationality is only American.
Yeah, but my blood is Mexican. Like
your ancestry is Mexican.
Anyone looks at me, they're like, oh, she's not white.
But what I'm saying is, you're American.
Yeah.
Okay. I was born in Mexico. I was born in Guadalajara. I immigrated here illegally. I don't have I'm only an American. But I noticed earlier you said ICE is deporting my people.
Yeah.
You referring to Mexicans.
Yeah.
But Mexican technically is a nationality like American is. So you're only American. Your people are all the Americans here.
No, my people are Hispanic people. You look at me, they're not going to think that I'm white. I'm not white.
But American's not white. American is not a skin color. You're American and you're brown. I'm American and I'm brown, and I wasn't born here. She's American, she's Puerto Rican. He's American, he's white.
Okay.
The black guy down there, he's American, he's black. We don't define our citizenship status by skin color. And so when you say my people, when I say my people...
I mean, you can say that, but when ICE is pulling people over, they look at your skin color.
Well, you know why they're targeting brown people? Because the vast majority of people that come into the country illegally are black and brown. So that's why they're targeting black and brown people more than white people. White people from Europe are less likely to come here illegally. They might overstay their visa, and I agree they should be deported too. But your people are Americans.
Okay, I see your point, but yeah, I see your point.
That's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that just nuts? She's like, oh yeah, no, but I'm Mexican. I'm not white. So she thinks only white people are American. I mean, this is crazy. Like, what is going on? I don't know that I believe her that she was born here either. I don't believe it. And there's Teddy Roosevelt had ideas on immigrants being American. So in the first place, we should insist that if an immigrant comes here in good faith, becomes an American, and assimilates himself to us, he shall be treated on the same exact equality as everyone else. For it's an outrage to discriminate against any such man because of creed or birthplace or origin. But this is predicated upon the person becoming in every facet an American, not nothing but an American. There can be no divided allegiance here. Any man who says he's an American, but something else also isn't an American at all. We have room for but one flag, the American flag. We have room for one language, and that's English. We have room for but one sole loyalty, and that's loyalty to the American people. Fucking Teddy Roosevelt, man.
I was born here.
Teddy Roosevelt was a great president. Okay. We got this. Nick Shirley gives a response to Hassan Piker. All right. Because remember, Nick Shirley was in Cuba, and then Hassan Piker tried to claim that, oh, it's La Raza. Yes, it is. It's La Raza. We do deport Europeans. It's just not as common. We've actually been deporting quite a few of them because we've been getting all the people that have been staying on visas. We've been deported a bunch of people back to Poland, people back to Serbia, people back to a bunch of people from Eastern Europe, a bunch of them. Hungary, a bunch of them. La Raza for Trump. What's up? Someone say your name. Yes, we 100% deport them. Yes, we do. We do deport them. They're mainly visa overstays. People that come here on tourist visas or come here for other reasons. That's usually what they do. We've deported several personally. That's good. That's good. And then we have Hassan Piker, who tried to claim that, Nick Shirley was faking stuff about communism and everything. So let's hear what he has to say about Hassan Piker.
I don't know if you know who, I'm sure you do, Hassan Piker is. But he responded to you and says, I obviously don't believe this even a little bit. This is your last post, that went to Cuba to document the humanitarian crisis, blah, blah, blah. I don't even buy this a little bit, but it is ominous that this medically stupid, he called you a foul name, is going to Cuba to manufacture propaganda for what I assume will be additional U.S. intervention. How do you respond to that?
Well, he's the same person who went to Cuba with Ilhan Omar's daughter to promote how it was taking communism inside of Cuba. So he actually went on a paid trip from an organization to go to Cuba. Yet he saw what I saw with my own two eyes, and he thought it's still a good idea to promote communism and socialism inside of a country that is letting their children starve, letting the people go without internet. They don't even have.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, Cuba is letting the people, the regular people, not get food, not get medical treatment, not get any stuff, so that the people in power and the people that come, the celebrities and stuff, their friends, their commie friends and stuff that come, the tourists and stuff, can have everything, but the people themselves are just dying and getting punished. It's crazy. It's crazy. And then if anybody comes here that's not goes there, that's not going to toe their line, they treat them like they treated Mr. Shirley here.
Access to freedom of speech inside this country, yet he still wants to promote that. And so he's going to call me stupid. Meanwhile, he's seeing what I'm seeing. I'm seeing people suffer. I'm seeing a civilization that is depressed, has no hope left in their eyes, and yet he's still advocating for more of that.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. All right, we got this coming out too. The U.S. Supreme Court has just been asked by the red state of Alabama to throw out their current congressional map that contains 2 racially cheated seats. Clarence Thomas has ordered a response by 5 p.m. Monday. Holy shit, Clarence Thomas ain't fucking around. There goes old Clarence. Give me some Clarence.
This evening, Alabama Republicans have just filed an emergency request with the U.S. Supreme Court, asking the justices to lift a lower court ruling that stands in the way of their redistricting plans. Now, if Republicans succeed in all the proposals currently underway and the new maps pass legal muster, they could actually stand to net anywhere from 4 to 13 new seats before the midterms, Brett.
That's significant.
This evening.
Significant, yes. 4 to 13 seats. That's right. 4 to 13 seats. Oh, check this out. Look at this. This person was Grandpa's little whatever. Another Antifa activist has been arrested over child sex crimes. Justin Stroop, guitarist for left metal band Dead Solace, was charged in upstate New York. Read the new NGO report. No, that's not it. What the hell is this? Antifa activists who celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder arrested on child sex crimes in New York. This guy. Queer identified Antifa activist who celebrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk has been arrested in upstate New York on suspicion of felony child sex crimes. Justin Robert Stroop, 37, of Plattsburgh, New York, was arrested on April 30th by the New York State Police following a joint investigation involving Plattsburgh City Police and Homeland Security investigations. He allegedly shared child sex abuse material. Stroop is a leftist activist and guitarist for the left-wing death metal band Dead Solace. The band announced on Instagram after the news of his arrest that they were immediately disbanding. The decision follows recent actions by a member that do not align with our values. Well, I think they completely align with your guys' values. Such nice people. Yeah. Our expectation of one another or respect we should exist within our community. In 2022, Dead Solace performed a charity concert in Burlington, Vermont, co-organized by Planned Parenthood. Oh, what do you know? After Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Stroop wrote on Facebook, "Rest in something, P something, you dirty F." Earlier this year, he wrote, "I think it's time to get militant with my anti-bigotry once again." Oh. Wow. Yes, I'm shocked too. I'm just shocked. In fact, Stroop frequently made violent threats on social media over the years in the name of fighting hate. If you have a racist or homophobic bone in your body, I don't know what you know, you wrote. I hope you after die. Oh. What about if you're a pedophile, dude? You like pedophiles, though. Those are cool. See, these people that say this stuff and act like this, they're the ones that need to, just Fargo justice. Fargo justice. Stroop is facing charges on one count of promoting an obscene sexual performance by a child and one count of promoting a sexual performance by a child. He was released from custody on a $5,000 cash bond. Wow, that's crazy. $5,000 cash bond. Why is he out of jail? Make death metal great again. I'll never vote for another demon rat. Me neither, man. They suck. They suck bad. They really do. They really suck bad. Here's that video. Here's that. Look at this. FBI is probing Senate Intel Democrats for classified leaks spurred by the NSA criminal conferral. Yeah, cough, cough, Adam Schiff, Adam Schiff, cough, cough, Adam Schiff, Adam Schiff. FBI is probing Senate Intel Democrats for possible classified leaks. Yes, $5,000 for child sex assault. Yep, you ain't kidding. Yes, yep, these guys are total dirtbags. Most have been deported half a dozen times. Yeah, they are. They're a bunch of dirtbags. FBI has opened an investigation into the possible leaks of classified information by demon rats or their staff on the Senate Intel Committee. Yes, we need more chippers. I've never voted for a single D. Probing the aliens. Yes. The NSA made the referral last summer, including one in the New York Times earlier this year, concerning reports, including one in the New York Times, that the National Intelligence Director, Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation process that quoted information from an intercept of two Hezbollah terrorist figures who claimed Gabbard during a 2017 trip to Syria had met with the big guy. The Times suggested the reference was taken by some to mean Gabbard had met with a top Hezbollah terrorist leader, a claim she adamantly denied. The NSA concluded the leak accurately contained information from one of its intercepts, but that Gabbard had not, in fact, met with Hezbollah leaders. Yes, we need taxes for wood chippers. Yes, we do. The spy agency identified potential leakers among the Senate Intelligence Committee, demon rat staff who had access to the intercept prior to the Times report. The referral languished inside the Justice Department for a month with top leaders unaware of the concerns until FBI Director Kash Patel was alerted to the existence of the referral a few weeks ago. That's the thing. They hide these things until time goes by and they go, oh, shit, the statute of limitations expired. There's nothing we can do about it. Yes, hurting a child the worst way should not be a bailable offense. No, it shouldn't be. The big guy is Obama, yeah. Or Biden. Remember 10% for the big guy? Was Biden. So maybe when she was there, wasn't that when Biden was president? Taxes would be acceptable if they paid for stuff we need, like wood chippers. Yes, I agree. Since then, the FBI counterintelligence and criminal agents have ramped up their probe and expanded potential leaks and media contacts. The new probe is the latest to emerge from the Trump administration crackdown on leaks of classified secrets led by the FBI. They've been crying because the FBI raided a bunch of journalists to get the to want to know who gave them the information. And what'll happen, it'll go to court, and if they play fair, which they do, whoever like whatever journalist got the information, the journalist is going to be forced to turn over who gave him the information. The journalist isn't going to be held liable, isn't a crime, but the crime is not giving up the information, refusing to answer the questions under oath. They can't plead the fifth because you can't plead the fifth. And there is no such thing as, oh, I have journalistic secrecy. No, that's not a thing in court. Biden was never in control. That's why I call him Oh Biden. Obama was pulling the strings in helly sweatpants from his den. Yeah. Over the last 15 months, the crackdowns led to major indictments by the Justice Department for figures ranging to John Bolton to an Army employee accused last month of leaking to a journalist. The Senate Intelligence Committee has been focused on past major leak probes, including a case in 2018 that eventually led its former security chief, James Wolfe, to plead guilty to lying to the FBI. Oh. Look at that. Somebody had to plead guilty. Oh. So I have to keep an eye on this. Utah Supreme Court Justice Diana Hagan resigns, the same justice who helped to give Democrats one congressional seat in Utah for the midterm. She's embroiled in a scandal, reportedly having an affair with the attorney involved in a redistricting case. This is crazy. Like Utah, of all places. They're like, oh, no, Utah, we're going to give you a district here, a Democrat district in Utah.
Major redistricting case.
Yeah, the case is now at the center of the debate, even after an ethics review by the Utah Judicial Conduct Commission concluded its investigation and dismissed the complaint. KUTV's Christian Sita joins us live at the Capitol with more where this story is going now. Christian?
You know, state leaders are calling for an independent review, saying the allegations are raising some serious questions. The Utah Supreme Court is responding after allegations involving Justice Diana Hagan and a possible conflict in a major redistricting case. Two guests on KUTV's Take Two podcast say the case is drawing attention because of its potential impact on the state's highest courts.
This is an important issue because this case was arguably one of maybe the most consequential case that got to the Utah Supreme Court in recent years.
The formal ethics complaint obtained by CBS News raised concerns about a relationship between Justice Hagan and the lead attorney for the League of Women Voters, and whether it could have influenced the outcome. The court says Hagan last worked on the case in October 2024, later updated her recusal list and stepped away in spring 2025. The allegations were referred to the Utah Judicial Conduct Commission.
My understanding today is that certainly the House is prepared to take action and do their own investigation, and we have yet to see what that looks like.
The court says the commission dismissed the complaint after a preliminary investigation. State leaders are now calling for an independent review. In a joint statement, Governor Spencer Cox, Senate President Stuart Adams, and House Speaker Mike Schultz say the allegations raise serious questions. Democratic leaders push back, saying in a statement they trust the commission and warn a legislative probe could raise separation of powers concerns.
That's crazy. Separation of powers concerns.
Now, I did reach out to the League of Women's Voters, and they told me in a statement that they have nothing to say at the moment. Reporting live at the Capitol, Christian Sita, KUTV 2 News.
Wow, that's crazy, right? I mean, that whole thing, like, that's crazy. Like the whole thing with this in Utah, this basically was a lawsuit, and a leftist judge said, nope, you have to draw this district. And basically they drew a district and forced the district on them to make a demon racket. Spencer Cox is a douchebag. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Shaking the tree ball. Sometimes I feel like we're living in Cool Hand Luke. Cool Hand Luke was a good movie. Like kids, I don't know how many kids today you think have even watched Cool Hand Luke and understand what the whole meaning behind Cool Hand Luke, how it turned out for this guy who was just pissed off about, parking meters and stuff like that, and was just cutting the heads off parking meters, just drunkenly messing around, and ended up getting like 20 years in prison over it, and ended up trying to have to escape to get out and all this stuff, and ended up dying. It's nuts, right? Who hates? No one hates. What? you feel so hated as I did and do not. What, you shouldn't feel hated. We love you. You're welcome here. Tactical retreat, fortified defenses. Well, no, nobody can eat 50 eggs. Well, somebody could. You had your kids watch it. Yeah. Nobody hates you, Karen O. Check this out. Oh, this is good. This is not good. It's not good like that, but this is very. Like, check this out. Britain's first gay surrogate parent has been charged with rape and human trafficking for sexual exploitation. Barry Druitt Barlow, 57, is now married to his daughter's ex-boyfriend, became the first gay parent to surrogate babies in 1999 in the UK, and now his ex-husband who had throat cancer, with his now ex-husband who had throat cancer. Druitt Barlow purchased multiple children, twins Aspen and Saffron, Orlandom, and another set, Jasper and Dallas. And he also has children. Valentine Romeo was his daughter's ex-boyfriend. Barry and Scott Druitt Barlow co-own Maldom and Tiptree Football Club. Barry has been charged with 3 counts of sexual assault on a male, 4 counts of rape on a man 16 or over, and 2 counts of arranging or facilitating travel for another person to exploit. He's charged with 1 count of sexual assault on a male, 1 count of rape of a man over 16, 2 counts of arranging sexual facility. He wanted beautiful kids because he didn't want to deal with ugly ones. What?
These are our kids, Valentina and Romeo. And today we're going over to Bowers and Pitsea to meet up with the Malden and Tiptree ladies team who are playing in the BBC Essex Women's Cup. Make some noise. What do you say, boys and girls? Make some noise?
Yeah. Give us a cheer.
Come on, you jammers. Come on, you jammers.
Come on, you jammers.
Hi, I'm Barry Druitt Barlow, and this is my partner, Scott. And we want you to meet our new son, Romeo.
And how did you find your egg donor?
The egg donor we found on a catwalk.
A model?
In Miami.
What drew you to her? Initially, her looks?
It was her looks, completely.
And you're honest about that?
Oh, I'm absolutely honest about it. Why the hell not? When I saw her on the catwalk, I looked at Scott and I went, oh, fuck, she is stunning. I tell you, her legs were 6 feet in the air. We've got hundreds of those models on our books right now.
That reasoning from your point of view will infuriate some people.
Absolutely.
They'll say,
just buying a baby.
Yeah.
That's what people say.
A beautiful baby.
Well, most people could do a lot worse than spend 1 month of their life on drugs to give some embryos for 50 grand.
Do you worry it's a slippery slope if we just start saying, oh, we just want beautiful kids?
No.
Really? That's
I
so
don't.
interesting.
Well, what do you want me to say?
No, to be honest.
We need ugly ones as well.
Me,
Sorry, I just can't lie.
No, but listen, I would much prefer
Nobody
to have...
wants an ugly kid. Sometimes we get them, but we don't always want them. And we deal with it and carry it on.
I just don't think that would be a priority for me. If I were to go down that route, but the idea that it's got to be stunning, I think that's what gives people, that's what rubs them up the wrong way.
Well, I really couldn't give a flying fuck about rubbing anybody up the wrong way. That's not what I'm about. I couldn't care less. But in an honest world, you want your kids to have a chance. Babe, you know the other day when I said to you, the baby's nappy burst and there was shite all over the bed?
Yeah.
It wasn't actually the baby's nappy. It was me. I followed through. Shited everywhere. But we listen and we don't judge.
Oh my God. That was creepy. One healthy egg. Yeah. This is horrible, isn't it? I covered the UK elections, fake conservatives lost bigly. I don't understand. Honestly, I don't understand UK's elections. I thought Reform won like a lot. And that with this is total Pete Buttplug energy. Yeah, they're weirdos. They are. I thought that they'll have control, that the conservatives, the Tories, and the Reform, if they team up, will have control of Parliament now. Am I wrong? I don't understand what the councils are. Oh, these people, they don't have any councils, but they won the most seats. It's so gross, you don't have words. I know, right? It's gross. Totally gross. These are not the matter, like this whole thing, like he married his daughter's ex-boyfriend. What the hell does that mean? How is that possible? What kind of weird shit is that? Here, this is another brutal story about why this person got special treatment in Illinois. All right. watch this one first. This is crazy about this girl, Sheridan Gorman.
Talk about the circumstances, Tom. She was on the pier on the lakefront in Michigan with some of her friends, going to see the Northern Lights, and there's a lighthouse at the end of the pier. Can you explain to everyone your understanding of what happened?
I understand that Sheridan was the first one walking out on that pier some distance ahead of everyone else. And she got to the end, went around the corner of the lighthouse, and saw a man in a mask holding a gun. She turned around quickly, warned her friends, there's a man with a gun, run. And she made it about 40 feet, and she was shot in the back. Shot in the back. I don't understand what kind of person could shoot a child in the back as they're running away. I don't know where that comes from.
It's a depravity. When you asked we were in the courthouse, he didn't look at us. I don't know if I wanted him to look at me, but he didn't look at us. At one point, I did see his face. He turned, presumably to see if someone was in the courthouse for him. We were surrounded by 30 of our best friends and family who had journeyed to Chicago with us. We had our family with them, and no one was there for him. But when he did turn to the side, I saw his eyes, and they were cold. I feared at that moment that there was never going to be like any justice that he would have would never take away or could never supersede the loss that we've had. I don't feel like he would ever feel
We don't
the
know.
level of
We don't know
loss.
what that justice looks like.
This is horrible, this stuff. This is horrible. This is horrible. This stuff happens to people, you know, that they're going through this. This is the father talking some more. Her killer was here illegally, very complex background, was protected every step of the way by Illinois.
I imagine you watched that interview with the Gormans and felt some connection, particularly with that grieving father who was.
Yes, that's the thing. This stuff, it goes on. There's a case of ones that were like these people that were all like super Democrats. It was like in Georgia or something. This family, they were like one was a bank guy, whatever, and they were all over the place, and they were abusing these two little boys. They got arrested. They're both in jail, like crazy stuff. This wasn't illegal that did this. Yes, this was illegal that did this. That stuff, like there should. I'm sorry, but I don't think that I don't think two gay men should have kids. Like that's. If you want to be gay together, that's the opposite of why you have kids are like something else, man. They're like props, toys, whatever. I don't get it. I don't know. There's nothing wrong. You want to be gay, go be gay, but doing this stuff and why would you want to bring kids? It's the whole thing is like it's not I'm sorry, it's not a family relationship. It's not. Wait, there was a question here. Has Iran responded to the 12-point plan? I haven't heard any response from Iran yet today. I have a feeling if something don't happen, there might be increased spikes. Why did Saudi Arabia and UAE restrict access to their bases? Because the U.S. did not respond to the attacks on the UAE and stuff. They wanted attacks, and then the U.S. attacked, did some stuff, blew up some stuff, and then they're okay with it. Saudi Arabia and UAE want the U.S. to wipe out every Iranian member of the IRGC. That's what they want. They want that gone. They don't want them there anymore. They're fine with the people, just not the crazy Shia mullahs. They got to go, or whatever, Shia, whatever they're called. Not all gay men are disgusting. I didn't say they're all disgusting. That's not what I said. I said that the thing of having kids, like two gay men, why would you, if you want to be married and have a family, you marry a woman, a man and a woman go together and have a kid. If you want to have gay sex and party and do poppers and all types of other weird shit run around, like all these people that you see it all the time, all the parades and shit with why kids? Why involve kids? That's all. Why involve kids? Why? It's so gross. It is. Why involve kids? Leave kids out of it.
Really trying to zero in on the policy point of this.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what they're going to have sleepless nights just like I have, the rumination, the constant, what could I have done better? It's very, very similar. Katie died at the campus of University of Illinois, just visiting friends, college students. And yes, her killer was here illegally, very complex background, was protected every step of the way by Illinois, received incredible special privileges that citizens just simply don't get. And, that's not okay, because not every victim dies like Katie or Sheridan. There are so many victims that are created every day because of these reckless, guardrail-less policies that, it's amazing to me no one in Illinois steps up and says, yeah, we got to reassess it. We've got to change direction a little bit.
It's crazy. How can Illinois keep doing this? I mean, this is part of, that's part of the thing I talk about with like the whole Chicago and stuff. Honestly, Chicago was way better when it was like, I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine that old man Daley. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Richard M. Daley, not Richard J. Daley. Or is it Richard? The old man, not Richard J. Daley and Richard M. Daley, whichever the old man was, the first Richard Daley, the guy who during the riots during the Democrat convention in '68 or whatever it was said, who cares? What trees do they plant? What do they do? That guy. He would not have tolerated this. He would not be with these Democrats today. He would have been like, you guys are nuts. That's what he would have been like. You guys are all nuts. That's what he would have said. You guys are all nuts. He wouldn't have tolerated it. Like, they're different. Like, I can't see how anyone doesn't understand that the Democrats of the 60s and 70s, Lear the hard way. Are you total retard? Yeah, Lear. Yeah. Hey, Denisha, what's up? How you doing? Great to see you. Awesome to have you here. Do I think that we'll see restart of operations if they don't agree to move them? Yes, we're going to see restart of operations. It's like Bizarro World. It really is. It's, what are we doing? I don't know why we're doing this stuff. I really don't. I really don't. Oh, here we go. Oh, here was Rubio talking. I knew I had something from Rubio. Damn it.
Oh, let me clarify something for you. Our sanctions are against a company named Gaesa.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a holding company set up by generals in Cuba.
That's about Cuba.
That's generated billions of dollars of revenue, none of which benefits the Cuban people. Not 1 cent of it benefits the Cuban people. You understand this, right? I don't know if you know this. There's the Cuban government, and they have a budget. And then there's this private company that has more money than the government does. None of the money in that company goes to build a single road, a single bridge, provide a single grain of rice to a single Cuban, other than the people that are part of Gaesa. So that's what we're sanctioning, is a company that basically is taking anything that makes money in Cuba and illegally putting it into the pockets of a few regime insiders. So that's not sanctions on the Cuban people, because the Cuban people don't benefit from Gaesa. It's a sanction against this company that is stealing from the Cuban people to the benefit of a few. And we didn't discuss those sanctions yesterday, but we imposed them yesterday, and we're going to be doing more, by the way.
That's awesome. More sanctions on Cuba. So here, Seattle authorities are seeking Ahmed Osman, an African Muslim, recorded beating an elderly man in downtown. When he was first arrested, he name-dropped the Minnesota connections and mayor of Seattle. He'll head to Minneapolis where they'll protect him. Heads up. Yeah, he will.
New tonight, Seattle police are searching for this suspect who they already caught once following a violent attack on a 77-year-old man. Body cam video shows the arrest on April 19th at 3rd and Pine in downtown Seattle.
Hey, come here. Yeah, come here.
29-year-old Ahmed Osman was taken into custody after witnesses pointed him out as one of the 2 suspects in an assault caught on camera. The 77-year-old victim was walking home from work when Seattle police say Osman and another man hit him, knocking him down. He suffered a broken arm, knee, and a laceration over his eye. He's still in the hospital. In custody, Osman denied he was involved and even tried to name drop.
Did you hit somebody over there?
No, sir.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
All right, because there's about 3 people that pointed you out.
With the pink shirt?
No, I don't know. I'm just telling you.
Hey, between me and you,
yeah.
My sister, she's the senator of Minnesota.
Okay. So let's do this.
I respect the law. I'll tell you that.
While being walked back to the patrol car, he told the officer he worked for the state and hinted he had connections in city government.
You know Katie? Yeah. Yeah, I know Katie. The mayor. Yeah. Thank you. That's it. That's almost it. That's my last word.
Osman was released just 2 days later because detectives needed time to investigate, including obtaining this video and interviewing the victim in the hospital. Now that he has been formally charged, he has a felony warrant for his arrest, with a bail set at $200,000 once he's in custody. Body cam video also shows the second suspect, Jashawn Elion. He wanted to get his cell phone that fell on the ground. He wasn't detained there because at the time of Osman's arrest, officers had not seen the surveillance video of the attack, and witnesses did not tell them there was even a second suspect. He was later arrested by Seattle police with help from Redmond police. In court, his bail was set at $100,000. Osman is still wanted.
All right, you're being audio and video recorded, just so you know, man. Yes, sir. Right. I respect that. I respect the law. I respect the police. So I'm telling you why you're being detained. Okay, why? You've been pointing out that you assaulted somebody here on 3rd Avenue. All right? Okay.
Ahmed Osman says he respects the law, but he has other pending charges right now, including ones for assault, theft, and criminal trespass. His last known address is in Bellevue. If you spot him, please call 911 or submit an anonymous tip to Crime Stoppers for a cash reward of up to $1,000.
Wow. I mean, the fact that this stuff just keeps going on and on and on and on and on is crazy. It really is. It's nuts to me. It's really nuts. I don't know. I don't know how much more of this we could take. I really don't, until somebody's going to snap. I'd be upset and angry too if I was too retarded to find pants that fit, right? Oh, Jim likes our low. Yeah, I don't know what happened. We had a whole bunch of people here and they didn't hit the like. I guess they didn't like the show. What I can do. Of course he respects the law. Yeah, he respects it while he's talking to him, but then as soon as he's going to get out, he's going to scream like something else. All right. This is crazy. This next story. At least 36 dead in attacks by Islamist rebels. So they've been killing a bunch of Christians all over the place in the Congo. Something's got to happen. This has got to stop. The hottest attacks took place isolated border communities in the Ituri and North Kivu provinces. At least 36 people have been killed since Tuesday in attacks by the ADF rebels linked to the Islamic State jihadist group in the northeastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The French news agency reported that local officials and security sources in the African country, at least 21 people were killed in ADF attacks overnight on isolated border communities. The law of the land or some maniac, maybe. It's not even recognized as a problem. This is not recognized as a problem. That's a problem. 15 people were killed and attacked by Islamist rebels in the village of Beakto in Etodi province on Sunday, according to information obtained by the AFP. Allied Democratic Forces began a guerrilla movement in Uganda, but since the 90s, they have been based in the forest of neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo. And they're recognized by the Islamic State as an affiliate. Armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda are conducting operations against the ADF, but their group's attacks continues. The ADF attacks are not related to the clashes between the Republic of Congo's army and Rwandan-backed M23 rebels, which have killed and displaced hundreds of thousands. So this says killing up to 40 people near Uganda. Yeah, they mention it, but they don't mention it on the news, like saying like these are Christians being killed. They don't talk about Trump. When Trump mentioned it and brought it up, they went crazy and like, oh my God, what's he saying? What are you talking about? Oh no. So an Islamic State affiliated group attacked villages in Congo near the border with Uganda, killing at least 40 people. The attacks were carried out by the ADF forces overnight. The Allied Democratic Forces, which has roots in Uganda, I'm sorry. No, they don't care. That's the problem. They don't. No one cares what happens to Christians. The ADF is one of numerous groups operating in Congo that routinely attack civilians. The group killed 66 in eastern Congo in what the United Nations called a bloodbath. The country also faces attacks from roughly 100 other rebel groups, predominantly the Rwanda-backed M23 rebel group. You know, and this is just like a blurb. That's it. That's all they write. And it's just like, move on to the next thing. They don't care. They don't really care. Yeah. So Breitbart's news coverage of Peter Schweizer's invisible coup prompts Trump's State Department to probe Mexican consulates in the U.S. Now, if you guys have been watching my show for a while, you would know when we were seeing all these protests of the ICE facilities a couple months ago, that there was always people there that were from the Mexican consulate. Yeah, where are the flags, the marches, the anything? Nothing. You know, people don't, you know. I think people don't recognize that Islam as a religion is a religion of conquest. It's a religion to conquer. That's the whole purpose, is to take over, conquer, to subjugate. That's the whole, it's always been that way, and it's never going to change. So I don't know how you know, and how do you know the people that come and say, oh, we're not like that. We're not like that. We just want to live and be, we just want to live and be peaceful and do our thing and not be bothered and not have to live with these other crazy people, because they have the thing called taqiyya, which means they're supposed to lie to advance. They're supposed to lie to trick you, to make you feel comfortable, to let them in. Then once they get in, it's a whole thing. It's a process. It's worked out repeatedly over and over and over again all over the world. And we're just falling for it again. They only care if it devalues Western values. That's it. That's all they care about. It's what they want to do. But yeah, so anyway, so this is the Mexican consulates were helping the protests, were taking part in these protests against ICE and immigration. They were helping illegal aliens. They're doing all these things that were basically violating the law. People don't care until a Soros or a commie NGO pays them to. When they really do care about something like sniffles, injection mandates, and protests, they get hit with war powers. Yeah. Look what happened to the truckers. They're trying to smear the truckers. They're trying to smear the people in Alberta that want to be free and get away. It's trying to smear everybody. Yeah. So there's Claudia Sheinbaum. And President Trump's State Department's probing all 53 Mexican consulates across the United States following extensive coverage by Peter Schweizer's book, The Invisible Coup, How American Elites and Foreign Powers Use Immigration as a Weapon. On Thursday, CBS News reported the State Department would review the Mexican consulates to align U.S. foreign policy with the Trump administration priorities. Islam was created when Hagar forced Ishmael to leave with her handmaid and were sent into the wilderness. They want to eliminate all others. That's a Claudia Sheinbaum move. Yes, this is Claudia. New York Times revealed that Breitbart's coverage, Invisible Coup, had prompted the State Department review, citing a recent interview Schweitzer did with Breitbart's Fight Club Founders Roundtable. The review comes after claims have been circulating in conservative media that Mexican consulates interfere in American politics. Yes, they do. We have evidence of that. Encourage mass migration to the United States. Yes, they do. We have proof of that. The accusations largely originate from Schweitzer, a right-wing author and contributor to Breitbart News, who has promoted conspiracy theories. Oh, fuck you, conspiracy theories. His claims include Mexican consular officials have praised protests. They were in the protests. We saw consular officials from Mexico outside of the one out in Illinois, the one in Rockford or whatever. That one. We saw them there. Kittle or whatever it's called. ICE facility. Kittle, something like that. Tweedle, I don't know. His claims include Mexican officers praised protests. Yes, they distributed Spanish language textbooks in schools, encouraged Mexican immigrants from assimilating. Yeah, they say it out loud. They were bragging about it. This is crazy. In the roundtable interview cited by the Times, Schweitzer was asked why the Trump administration hasn't sought to close some of the consulates in the U.S. Yes, we all saw it. We saw them there. We saw them doing this. Consulate people. They said, oh, we're with the Mexican consulate. Really? It can be done easily. The president can direct it. The Secretary of State can carry it out. We've done it in the past. Let's remember, in 2020, we ordered the Chinese consulate in Houston closed because of their widespread espionage. So yes, this is something that can be easily done.
Doctors are dead wrong about arthritis and joint pain. The number one cause is actually protein.
When you seal the border, you also, in my opinion, have to try to tackle these political networks. In the case of Mexico, that's these consulates, 53 of them. The UK and China have 6 and 7 respectively. Mexico has 53. They're part of this political network. But Mexico is also infringing on our sovereignty because they actually have elected senators and members of their Congress, the Mexican Congress, that live in the United States. They go and they serve in the Congress, but their job is to represent Mexicans living inside the United States. That is a massive intrusion on our sovereignty. They know exactly what they're doing. And some of the legislation that these so-called migrant senators are introducing are outrageous, including, turning American states into Mexican states. So my point is, it's not just a function of migrants being here, in a massive number with an uncontrolled border. It's these political networks that are still active and still functioning.
They're doing it. They're doing it.
Still trying to sway elections and still trying to undermine American society, because these same Mexican networks are organizing some of these violent anti-ICE protests.
They're
So
organizing them.
we've got to dismantle these political networks. I think that's absolutely key.
Yep, they're doing it. Schweitzer notes that former Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador toured American cities, AMLO, toured American cities in February 2017 with the purpose of rallying Mexican migrants in the U.S. against Trump's border policies, which crippled drug cartel profits through strict immigration enforcement. Yes. Hey, Dan, what's up? You had your sports show. I hope everything went well. It's 100% unacceptable. U.S. is probably safer to live in. Well, yeah, but these are people that why does he know Mexican U.S. Congress work together? No, he's saying it's not the Mexican Congress. He's saying it's the people in the Mexican Congress are living in the U.S. to represent. They have people in the Mexican Congress that are illegal aliens in the U.S. that were elected to Mexican Congress. They're at-large representatives in the U.S. Those people should be immediately booted the fuck out. They shouldn't be allowed to stay. Why are they here? Hey, what's up, Leslie Ann? How you doing? Great to see you. Yep, there is no other response. Yep, they all have to go. AMLO, in his attempts to upend Trump's border policies, went as far as suggesting turning Mexican consulates into migrant defense offices. That's what they did. Schweitzer writes, an unprecedented level of lobbying by a neighboring nation's leader against a sitting American president. We have illegals in state legislatures. Yeah, we do. That has to change. AMLO is not simply aiding migrants in their legal battles. He was calling for and working towards an electoral change inside the U.S. A foreign leader so brazenly interfering in American politics was unprecedented, at least from a country with which the United States was not at war. That's right, tit for tat, deport every last one. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum in January denied the reporting. Yes, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs issued a statement. It involves a person who wrote a book claiming that through our consulates we are engaging in politics for or within the U.S. This is absolutely false. Consulates have a role determined by international laws. What our consulates essentially do is provide protection and assistance to Mexicans in the United States. That is their job. Maybe you should get those Mexicans to go back to the U.S. I want to know who the Mexican ambassador is. This is ridiculous. I'm not sure who the Mexican ambassador is. We categorically deny we're doing anything related to U.S. politics. The following week, Mexico's ambassador to the United States, Esteban Moctezuma Barragan, also denied the reporting. Invisible coup. It's completely false because, we follow the Vienna Convention, and it's very clear, laws for every country. What we do in the United States is what U.S. does in Mexico. You have 9 consulates for 1.6 million Americans that live in Mexico. So, but Mexico has 53 consulates in the U.S. I don't think there should be 53 consulates in the U.S. Staver said the review is part of a broader effort to align to foreign policies. Mexico maintains the largest foreign consulate network in the United States. Why? Why do they have 53 consulates? I think they should only have none. Close them all. There's no need for any consulates for Mexico in the U.S. None. No need. Then we got this. Iranian attackers were destroyed after firing on U.S. destroyers. Ports struck. Ceasefire holding. President Trump said Iranian attacking forces were completely destroyed. Yeah, 53. Why the fuck did they have 53 consulates? Maybe they're using them to. Here's the thing. how do we know they're not using the consulates to smuggle cartel money back to Mexico? Maybe that's why there's so many. Maybe they're using them to use, diplomatic pouches to smuggle money and other stuff. I heard a rumor that what they do is they go get, they have people go get money orders or like traveler's checks or like Western Union, like wire, like they're like money orders, stuff like that. And they get them for under 10,000. So they're not tracked. And then they just stack those up. It's a lot easier to pack, a couple million, $100 million in $9,999 money orders than it is cash. And so they just take them and then they cash them in, and they could sit for a long time until they actually cash them in. Now that you say it out loud, it's true. Well, that's what I'm saying. They probably print bogus green cards. I'm sure they do. Diplomatic bags. Yeah. Western Union winning. Yeah. I mean, what we really need to do if we really needs to happen, pressure needs to put on. I've been trying to get my congressman's ear on this and talk to him. He knows about it, but he doesn't think there's any way to get Congress to move on it. They need to start putting on all the stuff, the remittances that go back to Mexico, they need to put a tax on it. Like 30% tax, 40% tax on all remittances sent back to Mexico. It's going to hit all the people that are working here illegally and sending money back there, but it's also going to hit all the drug cartels. It's going to hit their money leaving. It's something that needs to happen. It really does. It's really something that needs to happen. Definitely. Well, President Trump said on Thursday that they that the attacking forces were completely destroyed after Tehran fired missiles, drones, and launched fast attack boats at 3 Navy destroyers. And that he said the strikes were self-defense and retaliatory. U.S. forces intercepted an unprovoked Iranian attack and responded with self-defense strikes. U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers transited the strait. CENTCOM does not seek escalation, but remains positioned and ready to protect American forces. And then there's crypto. Well, here's the thing about crypto. It's all traceable. Remember that whole lie they said, like Bitcoin, it's untraceable. No, they could trace Bitcoin. They know everywhere it went. That's why I believe Bitcoin was created by the NSA as a scam to track people and trace them, to make them think it's easy to use and stuff. They do have some decent fake Social Security cards. Some don't. Some do. Some have decent fakes. It's hard to confiscate them at a local level. Yeah. Armed Americans with rights are a problem for corrupt commies who want to control us. Yes, that's why they want to. Yeah. Now Venmo and those will run around those. Yeah, but the problem with the Venmo stuff and all that is Venmo is supposed to have banking information, supposed to know who you are. The NSA definitely created Bitcoin. That's what I'm saying. I say so. That's my point. That no one knows who created it. The only people that had the ability to create it, the compute power to do it, is the NSA. Sorry, that's who did it. Or naval intelligence is another one I've heard. Like naval intel, the dark web, the entire dark web. All right, the dark web, torrents and all that stuff. That was the naval intelligence did that. That was naval intelligence. That doesn't mean it's not good. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying they designed the system that can every time every place it goes, they know where it went. They can track everything a Bitcoin moves. They can track it. It's trackable. That was lost on Lambo and Moon Boys. You would prefer arming the Cubans in the U.S. and sending them home to clean house. The problem is just like happened with the Bay of Pigs. If we don't give them air support, they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to do anything. So CENTCOM said they eliminated inbound threats before striking military sites in Iran that were responsible. Fox News citing a senior U.S. official reported retaliatory strikes targeting the Qasem port and Bandar Abbas. And Trump said, along with numerous small boats which are being used to take place that are fully decapitated and named. These boats went to the bottom of the sea quickly and efficiently. Missiles were shot down by destroyers. Likewise, drones came and were incinerated while in the air. They dropped so beautifully down to the ocean, very much like a butterfly dropping to its grave. Trump says it was just a love tap. The ceasefire is still in effect. It's a love tap, just a little love place where we can get together. Love tap, baby, love tap. Wow, here we go. You guys were asking about the UK election. Keir Starmer lost over 1,300 council seats. His Labour Party lost Wales for the first time in 100 years. Nigel Farage's Reform surged over 1,400 seats. Wow.
What a night. Keir Starmer has got the kind of spanking that you'd expect to see in 50 Shades of Grey. As I speak, Labour has lost more than 1,300 seats, apparently. They have lost Wales for the first time in 100 years. The Labour First Minister in Wales.
Oh, thanks, Gino Visconti. Oh, Gino Visconti is a great guy, a good comedian from New York. You guys go check him out. He has his own channel called Gino Visconti. He does a lot of like sports review stuff, sports tips and stuff like that. It's really good. And thank you, Gino, for the $2. That means right now we are only $63 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Gino. Yes, Gino's a good guy. Check him out. Thank you, Gino. Max Loads is a very astute gentleman who's used to be a school teacher, I believe. Damn naps. Yeah, Gundam Zig, I know. The Labour Party are the demon rats for your information. No, I know. No. Yeah, I did sing it. I do some singing. Thanks for stopping by, Gino. So let's see. So this is the thing right here. So Labour is got a total of 915 seats. Reform has 1,400 seats, and Conservative, like, they got to have control of the government now, right? I mean, they're in charge, right, with that many seats. I mean, who controls? Who controls the government?
Has lost her seat. People just didn't like 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, becoming a nation of sanctuary for the third world and terrible healthcare, did they? So there you go. Sunderland's gone. Newcastle's gone. They've lost control of Camden. They've lost Westminster. And I can't think why.
سوف نقوم بإرسال معلومات إضافية إليكم مباشرة. شكرا.
আমরা জানাতাম স্যার যে ওয়েস্টমিনস্টার কাউন্সিল আমরা হাউজিং রেজিস্টার সিস্টেমরে বদলাইতাম.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's because they kept advertising free stuff to foreigners who didn't speak our language. And people decided they didn't really fancy any more of that. In Birmingham, they've lost seats to this lot.
Only one independent in Hosal, that's Asim Khan. We don't want people who have been with the Labour Party previously, been campaigning against Ayub Khan, now standing as independents. No, we don't want people like that.
Gosh, Labour losing because of mass immigration of people from various different Muslim countries. I mean, why else might Labour have lost out in Birmingham?
Coming to the butchers with me, door open, rubbish everywhere. Oh, hello, sir. You work in the butchers, obviously, or are you just carrying around a sheep? Looks like a goat.
Yeah. Oh, it's the bin strike as well, isn't it? The bin strike everywhere. Labour has lost control of now, I think, it's 11 councils, including Tameside, a Labour stronghold, for 47 years. Labour MPs, Nadia Whittam, Upsana Begum, Jonathan Brash, Clive Lewis, Ian Lavery, Graham Stringer, and plenty more have called for him to go. Cabinet Minister Ed Miliband has reportedly told him to go. Barry Gardner has called for him to go. Well, interesting to get his views in a minute. Okay. The unions have called for Starmer to go. They got a kicking in Scotland. The leader in Scotland called for Starmer to go months ago. In Wigan, Labour lost every single seat up for election to reform. There is no such thing now as a Labour-safe seat anywhere in the country. Barry might want to push back on that. Shall we just remind ourselves of what Keir Starmer said before previous elections?
When you lose an election in a democracy, you deserve to. You don't look at the electorate and ask them, what were you thinking? You look at yourself and ask, what were we doing?
Well, I imagine today he's thinking he'll do the honourable thing. You know, he'll just disappear from public life. Nope.
I'm not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos.
He doesn't want to plunge the country into chaos. What does he think this is? I don't know. Keir Starmer saying that he's going to stay and fight. It's like Comical Alley, isn't it? Saying that there's no Americans in Baghdad as the tanks roll in behind him. Bombs are falling around everywhere. David Lammy's still putting up a bit of rearguard action. When asked about the PM's future, he said, "You don't change the pilot mid-flight." Well, unfortunately for David Lammy, yeah, again, he's made himself look like a bit of an idiot, because they do actually swap pilots mid-flight on long-haul flights. In fact, it's a legal requirement. So there you go. And this is what's happened for decades. Snobby North London human rights lawyer types like Starmer and Lord Hermer have thought they knew how to run a country. Hermer, by the way, looks exactly like Norris from Coronation Street. Has anyone ever spotted that one before? But they've had 22 months at it. There he is. Look at that. Uncanny. Look at that. Same bloke, isn't it? Anyway, they've had 22 months at it. They've run the country into the ground, and now they've got their rear ends handed to them. They're not quite as clever as they think they are they? But bye-bye, Keir. Time to run off to Davos, where you belong.
Yes. So Gundam says Wales split with the National Party taken first and Reform behind. Scotland did the usual crap of giving National Socialists and General Leftists more local seats. But wait, but where's the thing that showed the scores? I mean, doesn't this mean something? If they have 1,400 seats, I mean, is that not? And that's so. If you combine with the Conservatives, the Reform and Conservatives go together, that gives them 2,100 seats roughly. So this is 1,600, 2,000. So is the Labor and the Liberal Democrats and the Green and the others going to combine and actually have more seats? Is that how it works? I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand British parliamentary politics. I really don't. It's so confusing to me. You serve with them, they think they're clever, but they're not that much. Yeah. It can happen. Is that what's going to happen, you think? Yeah, that's what's going to happen. You have to save your own country. You do. You save your own country. So that's what's going to happen. The Labor and Liberal Democrats and the Green and the others are going to go together for a coalition party against, wow. Isn't some of the other Reform? It's so silly. Yeah, I don't get it. Okay. And this news came out today too. Two parties might be too few, but this gets ridiculous. Yeah. Like Trump said, allies are changing. Well, it seems like that. We got our own problems to solve. We can't be the world's nanny or welfare program. That's right. These are local elections, not parliament. Oh, okay. These are all local elections, so it depends on council and mayorships. These are not parliamentary elections. Those, unless a snap election is called in 2018. Well, why would they call a snap election? You know. Yeah, flush, go to Gitmo. I get it. Yeah. So trade court rejects Trump's 10% global tariffs and a victory for small businesses. It's not a victory for small businesses. This is bullshit. This is a victory for the fucking globalists. It's a victory for China. I hate how the way they report this shit, man. They just lie about it. U.S. Trade Court on Thursday ruled against U.S. Trade Court on Thursday ruled against President Trump's latest 10% global tariff, finding across the board tariffs are not justified under the 1970s trade law. They were back to back with you, but you do care, but they're suicidal. You can't save them. They have to save themselves. You know, like here's the thing. Like when you're on an airplane, all right, and they say like, oh, you know, in case of emergency, secure your mask first before you try to help anybody else. Because if you don't secure your mask first, you can't help anybody else. You try to help somebody else and you both die. You have to save yourself first before you can save anybody else. You care, but they're choosing the wrong path. I agree. I care, but I love you too, Karen. 100% KB. I mean, I'm just saying, like if they were trying to help themselves, I would help them. But if they don't help themselves, you can't help them. It's like a drug addict. If a drug addict won't help themselves, doesn't want to help themselves, or an alcoholic doesn't want to help themselves, there's nothing you can do to help them. There's nothing. Snaps are called if a PM feels really sure of gains in a moment, like Japan can be a force if no confidence vote hammers Starmer, then he resigns, the coalition fails. It really sucks. Yes, it does. Look. U.S. Court of International Trade ruled in favor of small businesses that challenged the tariffs, which took effect February 24th. The ruling was 2-1, with one judge saying it was premature to grant victories. Thank you, too, Kevin. Thank you. The small businesses had argued the new tariffs were an attempt to sidestep a Supreme Court decision that struck down Republican President 2025 tariffs imposed under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. In its February order, Trump invoked Section 112 of the Trade Act, which allows for duties up to 150 days to correct serious balance of payments. Thursday's ruling found the law was not an appropriate step for the kinds of trade deficits Trump cited. Oh. If the law says this is to address trade imbalances, they go, well, they're not those trade imbalances. There's only the trade imbalances that we like. What? This is going to go up to a higher court. So this is going to get appealed to appeals court. This isn't going to stay there. This isn't the end of it. Decision, important win for American companies. Unlawful tariffs make it harder for, whatever. Toy maker basic funds. These are just people betting cheap Chinese shit from China to bring it to the country, and probably with lead paint and other crap to poison your kids. We're encouraged by the court's recognition. This ruling brings needed clarity. Well, it's not over yet. Yeah, look at this cheap Chinese crap they're selling. The Trump administration has argued that a series of balance of payments deficits exist in the form of 1.2 trillion annual U.S. goods. But some economists and trade lawyers argue the U.S. is not on the cusp of a balance of payment crisis, making the new duties vulnerable to a legal challenge. Is that it? That's all you got on this? New York Post? Seriously? What the hell? Court strikes down Trump's replacement tariffs, a minor temporary setback with secondary 301 tariffs coming. At the close on Thursday, the Court of International Trade ruled to invalidate Trump's universal 10% tariffs. If this case follows the same pattern as the challenges to IEEPA, the higher court might soon stay this ruling and leave the tariffs in place pending a longer review. As the tariffs are due to expire July 24th, even if the Supreme Court eventually rules on these tariffs, there's a good chance a full judicial review will take long enough. Tariffs will remain in effect until the administration replaces them with new tariffs. As a reminder, Section 112 tariffs were always a stopgap. By statute, they can only be in place for 150 days. That said, if the ruling survives appeal, the government will likely have to refund unlawfully collected duties. Yeah, see, at least they say it's going to be appealed. At least they say it's going to be appealed. It was a split decision. 2 Democrat-appointed judges granted summary judgment, with 1 Republican-appointed judge dissenting. Oh, go figure. The same thing. The same shit. Everybody's a politician. Everybody's politics. The rulings can always be judged by what political party appointed them. The ruling gives the administration 5 days to rescind a tariff and requires the importers to be paid refunds with interest. Yeah, whatever. The ruling was appealed to SCOTUS, which took another 6 months to rule. Section 112s are worth slightly more than 4% on the effective tariff rate, the lower than the 10% headline rate due to exemptions. Regardless of how courts only decide the case, the ruling should have no bearing on the administration's long-term ability to impose tariffs under Section 232. Yes, black robe tyrants, thugs for Democrats. Yes, they are. They are using the courts to stall everything. The country will never get out of debt. They are. That's a double tariff for everyone. That's right. U.S. Trade Representatives currently conducting investigations under Section 301. These investigations are widely seen as setting the stage for permanent replacement levies. The court limited relief to 3 plaintiffs representing a small fraction of total U.S. imports. If the ruling stands, relief will be limited to importers who brought the suit. The court dismissed claims from other non-importer parties for lack of standing. The court also sidestepped broader questions of whether the U.S. currently faces a fundamental international payment problem. which was the whole purpose of the thing. So they sidestepped the whole thing, which was the reason for the tariffs. So, well, we're not going to look at that. We're just going to say you can't because we don't like you. Oh, thank you, K Bean. I got another 25 from K Bean. That means right now we are $38 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, K Bean, for the 25 on PayPal. This is why precious metals and minerals are important. All right. Uh-oh. I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. I hate when that happens. Federal court upholds ban on warrantless immigration arrests in D.C. More from PayPal from a distant K. Okay. Oh, another 10. Thank you so much. Oh, $9. I'm sorry. $9. Thank you so much. KPT for $9. That means we are now $29 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Oh, we got $3 from Lurch Linger over there on Cash App. Thank you so much, Lurch. That means we are $26 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, everybody. You've been so generous tonight. I'm not 60 yet. Bella said, yeah, well, it was a 9, not a 6. So you're 59. Oh, okay. Oh, crap. Sorry. I didn't want to say your age. Well. Thank you so much, KP, KB, and KPT. You guys are great.
A week since the deadly ambush on 2 National Guard members in D.C. Today, heated hearings on Capitol Hill on attacks targeting federal law enforcement and officials. Homeland Security says assaults against ICE and other federal officers have jumped nearly 700% over last year. A D.C. police officer who was at the Capitol on January 6 called the hearing a farce, blaming the government and lawmakers for their rhetoric.
There are still plenty of good officers. I work with them, federal and local. But before we go around the room clutching our pearls, wondering how people could possibly compare law enforcement in this country to the Gestapo, maybe we should take a moment and ask ourselves if there isn't some recent behavior on the government's part that could encourage such a juxtaposition.
This debate is expected to continue next week when DHS Secretary Kristi Noem testifies on Capitol Hill. Meantime, a prayer vigil is expected to happen in West Virginia this Friday for the National Guard members, and the one who is still in serious condition, and obviously the one who lost her life. Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in the hospital. He was shot alongside Sarah Beckstrom the day before Thanksgiving. The community prayer vigil is Friday at 7 p.m. at Musselman High School.
Wow, this is crazy. Oh, we got a time for a rally. Oh, look at that. That means we are now just $16 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. Wow, thank you. Because of the age of our kids, yes. I've earned every years of my 59. My neighbors almost fell over when I found out my age. They had me at 44. Wow. So you're saying you look good for your age.
And Inwood, West Virginia.
ICE agents cannot arrest undocumented immigrants in D.C. without a warrant unless they can show probable cause and that the person is a flight risk. This, according to a federal judge.
It could be a worse date. I'm a pretty good date, you know. I'll always listen to you when you talk.
That order came down late last night, and our chief legal correspondent, Katie Barlow, is here to break it all down for us. Hi, Katie.
So before Trump took office, ICE agents generally needed a warrant to make an arrest of an undocumented immigrant, or they got permission from a supervisor after providing detailed information, including a criminal history. Then in August, Trump declared a, quote, crime emergency in the district, and federal agents then began arresting undocumented immigrants in D.C. without warrants. Then in September, a group of undocumented immigrants sued the Trump administration, along with CASA, an immigration.
How would you get a warrant to arrest an illegal alien? They're here illegally. It's administrative warrants. They don't know what these people are lying. A judge is going to give you a warrant to arrest them for what crime? Right? That's not like they're trying to play fucking games again. Carbon 14 is the only way I date. Oh man, that's cool. Hey, Karen, KPT, what? What do you mean? What's wrong? We could do worse. Oh, okay. Definitely, yeah. This. Please excuse my kid. He proved it out of me. Oh, wait, what? This is crazy. Like you don't get a warrant from a judge to arrest an illegal alien. Didn't SCOTUS rule that ICE could arrest aliens if they found them, and wouldn't it be in the country show they were a flight risk for the country? Yes, this is the same judge. This is the Judge Beryl Howell. This is the judge who worked with Jack Smith to fuck over Trump. This is the judge ordering this shit. She's a tyrant. She's got to go. Like, these people need to go away. How do you get a warrant for an illegal? It's easy. Well, no, you get a warrant. You get it's an administrative warrant that just gets signed off on by. They say here's a warrant. Get them basically the deportation order or get them out of here or something. Yeah, Beryl Howell. This is Beryl Howell. It's crazy. You didn't understand Karen's comment. It's something.
Advocacy group to block ICE agents from carrying out these warrantless.
There's Beryl Howell right there.
Judge Beryl Howell, an Obama appointee, issued an 88-page opinion ordering ICE to either get a warrant or be able to demonstrate a fair belief that a crime has been committed before arresting a suspected undocumented immigrant. She also refuted an assertion that's long repeated by the Trump administration that, quote, viewing all immigrants potentially subject to removal as criminals is, as a legal matter, plain wrong. CASA says one of the men they represent in this challenge passed away last month. He was detained on his way to get dialysis at the hospital, according to CASA.
This is the individual that shared a story about him being arbitrarily arrested on his way to dialysis treatment at the Washington Hospital Center. Because of the delay there, his family believes that because of the delay in the treatment that he experienced on his way over there, he had lingering.
So who's paying for his treatments at dialysis? Who's paying for his treatments to dialysis? He came here illegally is a crime. It's a crime to enter U.S. illegally. That's what I want to know. So we're fucking paying for this guy's dialysis. Send him back to his own country for dialysis treatment. Sorry. It's a crime to enter the country illegally. Yeah. And they're here illegally. That is a crime. Beryl Howell, this is Justice Roberts' problem for not stepping in and slapping these people around and telling them, knock it the fuck off. Yeah. On whose dime? On our dime, on your dime, on my dime. That's who's paying for this.
Effects that carried over a few months. And unfortunately, about a week and a half ago, he lost his life. His funeral was on Friday.
In siding with the plaintiffs, Howell said requiring defendants to put pen to paper to explain who made each arrest and why constitutes the bare minimum to ensure defendants are compliant with the Constitution, the law, and this court's order. Given the blatant misstatements about the law and the legal requirements for making such arrests repeatedly espoused by DHS high-ranking officials. We reached out both to DOJ and to Mayor Muriel Bowser's office. A spokesperson for Bowser declined to comment.
All right, Katie, thank you.
Yeah, the entire the entire, what's crazy too is the entire DC is unconstitutional. The Constitution says that the District of Columbia is to be governed by Congress. It's not supposed to be a city. It's not supposed to be a state. It's not supposed to be anything. It's supposed to be federal territory governed by Congress to keep it free from political machinations, other things with these people getting power, which is what we have now. We've got the DC City Council. You've got the DC, district attorney. You've got all these people who have power because of the government, federal government, that they're not supposed to have. Constitution, the people who wrote the Constitution knew it would be a problem to have the capital of the federal government in a city of a state or anything like that. So they created a city, which they're not supposed to have. It's a territory. There should be no city council. There should be no mayor. There should be no district attorney. There should be no metropolitan police force. It all should be controlled by the federal government. All federal. That's it. They should have this Home Rule Act. The DC Home Rule Act is unconstitutional. They didn't file a constitutional amendment. They just said, oh, we're going to do this. I would arrest CASA under USC for assisting legal aliens. That's what should happen. That's what definitely should happen. A bit of backstep to the UK. Tommy Robinson's big rally is next week, and all of a sudden the government is banning his foreign guests, including U.S. speakers. Well, go figure. Of course they do, because they don't believe in freedom of speech. They don't believe in any of that stuff. They just don't. They just don't believe. They just don't believe. Well, all right, everybody, I hate to do this, but we are approaching 4 hours of show, and I know we're very close. We're only $16 away from adding that second additional hour. Technically, we almost did a second additional hour already. I'm not saying that if the money didn't come in the next couple minutes that I wouldn't add another hour. I would, because that's how I operate. But I'm gonna cut it off at 4 hours if we don't get the extra money. I'm gonna cut it off here in a couple minutes. It's just the way it has to be. I'm sorry, I can't just keep going and do 5 hours and just keep going and going and going. I mean, I appreciate it and I love it, but we still have too many creeps in charge. Yeah. I mean, there are some other shows that are going tonight for people to go watch if you're interested. There's the Third Ralify is going. They're good. I might jump on their show and talk to them. So we'll see. Yeah. But I think we're gonna call it here if we don't hit the goal. I wanted a backstory of how the United States Court of International Trade got its authority. Seems it was a setup. They created it. She says, oh, hey, fuck you, Jim. I'm paying for you. Oh, here we go. All right. Glenn Craig goes, Beryl, how was my judge for January 6th? Well,
tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Well, thank you, Glenn Croy. With that means we are now just $100 away from a third additional hour to the show. Mm-hmm. I was just trying to say, because I didn't want people to, get mad if I ended. I was just wanted to tell everybody what was going on, keep everybody informed. I appreciate it. And Beryl Howell sucks. I hate her. She should go to prison. Really prison. Not like country club prison, but like the pound you in the ass prison from Office Space. But I was I was just saying, but let me fix the goal over here. Let me go to YouTube and add another hour. We'll do another hour goal for a third additional hour. And if anyone is watching on, if anyone is so, so inclined that they're watching on Instagram right now, I'm going to have to cut Instagram off because we're approaching 4th hour of show. So, and that you have a 4 hour limit on Instagram. So there's nothing I can do about that. If you're on Instagram, come over to YouTube or come over to, Rumble. Mm-hmm. But that's what's up with that. So if you're over there on the Instagram, I apologize. Come somewhere else and check out the show. You the bestest, yes. On a dime with inflation is now a quarter. Later, Insta-commies. Woohoo, Glenn. Thanks, Glenn. Yes. So we got another hour. So it's going to be like a 5-hour show tonight, maybe longer, because you guys got an extra hour out of me. Congratulations. Okay. Remove Instagram. Save changes. All right. Let's go. So a federal court has upheld a ruling prohibiting immigration and customs enforcement officers from arresting undocumented immigrants in Washington, D.C. without a warrant. Judge blocks arrest. Judge Beryl A. Howell issued a 45-page opinion. Thanks, Jim. We appreciate you. Well, it's Friday. I got nothing better to do than listen to Jim rant. Well, you might hear some ranting because I think in a few minutes we're going to go into the old illegal alien crime section of the show. You know what I'm saying? And I do have a video that was shared by Bronca earlier that I thought was very interesting that I would like to watch because it was very informative. I'm not 100% sure how true it is. You can swim? I can swim too. Dispute goes back to August 2025, when Trump declared a crime emergency in D.C. Immigration officers began arresting suspected undocumented immigrants without a warrant. Several immigrants had an immigrant advocacy group sue the Trump administration. Her initial ruling required immigration agents to have probable cause or sufficient evidence that the suspect would escape before officers could get a warrant. I mean, can't they? This doesn't make any sense. The lawsuit argued the memo violated the initial order and that remarkably little had changed. Immigrant advocates celebrated Thursday's ruling. The government's flagrant violation of the law. Well, I think these judges are flagrantly violating the law. What about the fucking illegal aliens are flagrantly violating the law? Living here for years, stealing our money, taking our tax dollars, eating our food, stealing our cars. I mean, they're doing everything, taking our gerbs. What about that? Why did something happen about that? They're flagrantly violating our laws. And what about these other people flagrantly violating our laws by helping them and supporting them, hiding them, giving them fake IDs, giving them jobs that they shouldn't have? What about that? Jesus. U.S. Ambassador Hoekstra cancels speaking appearance at Ottawa conference. Yeah. What about the fucking illegals taking our gerbs? No, well, gerbs. That's from South Park. They're taking our gerbs. Our precious bodily fluids. They're taking those too. Yeah, so this guy was supposed to speak at, send him to Howell's house. That would not be a bad idea. Send him there. This guy was supposed to speak at a conservative event in Canada that's promoting freedom in Canada. It's not a great epithet. I know. It said jobs, but it's gerbs. They're taking our gerbs. I don't know. It's from South Park. I don't know. He is one of those nasty OPS bullies. Choser, that's not usually bad bathing suit. I'm just far too white for that. So Pete Hoekstra was supposed to talk at a conservative event and promote conservatives in Canada. And then he got recalled. I think maybe someone from Canada made him complain that he was engaging in politics in Canada or something. So U.S. Ambassador to Canada, Pete Hoekstra, will no longer be speaking at the Canada Strong and Free Conference in Ottawa, pulling out hours before his scheduled appearance. Organizer of the conference said Hoekstra was called back to Washington for urgent meetings. He was set to speak in a fireside chat with the CEO of Canada Strong and Free Network, Adam Bullock. With Canada, United States, Mexico agreement negotiations between Canada and U.S. to begin, Hoekstra was to be a featured speaker at the conference. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre delivered a keynote address the previous day. Hoekstra's a good egg. What a dumb name, man. I don't like her. Yeah, she's terrible. I have been underbid by illegals more times than I want to count. I could pay because I pay taxes and they don't. Well, that's what happens, generally speaking. That's how they get you. Oh my God. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh no. Oh, man. Wow. KPT comes in with a 50 on PayPal. So that means right now we're just 50 away from a third hour. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much, KPT. K-Bean. Thank you so much, K-Bean. Did I say KPT? I meant K-Bean. I don't know. My brain's a little turtley today. Yeah. What happened? Did that not go through? Did that not work? Did that not go through? Thank you, K-Bean. Yes. You wish you could match K-Bean. Well, dude, your phone's ringing. Thanks, Donnie. Yeah, people call me. I don't know why. People know. Everybody that knows me knows that I'm streaming and they shouldn't be calling me this late, but they still do. You going to get that? No, I'm not going to get that. That's right, K-Bean. Thank you, K-Bean. Thank you so much. Are you calling yourself? No. That was actually my son calling me, but I'm mad at him. I'm not speaking to him at the moment. So former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo participated in a panel, and Alberta Premier Danielle Smith will be speaking later today on May 8th. The conference is also set to feature a panel on the Canada-U.S. relationship, including conservative MP Jamil Giovanni, who's a close personal friend of U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. Giovanni recently returned from a second trip to Washington, where he and Canadian oil and gas companies met with the U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. Hoekstra said March 29th interview that in Iran negotiations, Ottawa should take a page from Alberta's approach, pointing to Premier Danielle Smith's message that America has been a very reliable, positive partner for Alberta, and that relationship should be strengthened and expanded. Hoekstra said that while the U.S. and Canada responded to U.S. tariffs by aiming to diversify its trade with China and Europe, Canada is still going to be doing a lot of business with the U.S. Hoekstra said that while Ottawa could double its exports with other countries, a strong Canada is good for the United States. And I don't know why you can't do both. Jamil is a good guy. He was against the injections. Of what? I don't know. Of what? Of what? So, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said at a conference that President Trump believes CUSMA is a bad deal. He also criticized comments from Steve Earle, who was Canada's chief trade negotiator. Well, I thought CUSMA, it was USMCA or something like that. US Canada Mexico deal is I thought that was Trump's deal. No Mexicans don't help Americans. No. Yeah. It's like a worst strategy I ever heard. They suck, said Lutnick. Canada Trade Minister Don LeBlanc said that Canada would not be the reason for any delay in the negotiations. However, Prime Minister Mark Carney said that Ottawa was both ready to go into detailed negotiations with the U.S. or to wait to see what happens. Well, you can wait. If the United States, Canada, or Mexico agree to new talks, then the trade agreement will remain in force. If the renewal is denied or delayed, the agreement would enter a period of annual reviews. If one or more countries withdraw from the trilateral agreement, the three countries could make bilateral agreements. So that's what they're talking about, man. That's what they're talking about, man. Let me do this. Pull this way. Bookmarks. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Is it? Where is it? Damn it. I didn't. All right. So this is something that I thought was very interesting that was shared with me by Andrew Branca, which he's a great guy. I know many of you probably watch his show, but it's from this guy Darth Powell, who's talking about some stuff which I thought was fascinating. Which maybe you people know this, maybe you don't. I don't know if anyone can point out that there's anything false with anything in here. Please tell me. A cursory search of what I did found out that this is just the tip of the iceberg.
So we all get told in school about how black people did so much for America in World War II, only to continue being oppressed by it because we're just like evil. The Tuskegee Airmen, right? The best pilots of the war. They get Netflix shows, all that. Black women delivering mail, better than everybody else. What was the actual black service record in World War II, though? It was not very Hollywood. First off, America had 1.2 million black soldiers, of which only 708 actually died in war because there were...
Well, that's not bad. I mean, that's actually pretty good, right? If they didn't die in the war, I mean, that means they weren't on the front lines, right? That means they were in the back, right? They were in like support roles, like the mail ladies and stuff like that. None of the mail ladies probably got bombed. They weren't like in the front lines. They were doing mail. And I think if I'm not mistaken, like the Tuskegee Airmen, they joined the war pretty late, right? Like after a lot of Germany's Air Force was already destroyed. Right? Right? Am I wrong? But what about Operation Get Behind Darky? I don't think that existed. Bronca is great. I don't think that existed. I don't think that's a real thing.
Died in war because they were almost entirely kept from combat. This is because their scores on the Army General Classification Test, which was given to everyone, were lower on average, and so they were instead often assigned to things like labor units rather than combat units. I guess tests have always been racist. For comparison, we only had 33,000 Japanese Americans involved in World War II, and they had 800 killed in action. Literally more people.
Like, if I'm not mistaken, too, the one Japanese unit was like one of like the most highly decorated units ever, like more Medal of Honor and other stuff. Like they were huge. Like there was a specific name for them, and I can't think of it right now, but like the one that Mr. Miyagi was in, you know, the unit that Mr. Miyagi was in from Karate Kid, but that actual unit, like it existed. All the like Japanese that left the internment camps, they were interned here and they went and fought and they wanted to fight, but they wouldn't let them fight with the Japanese. So they sent them to Italy and Germany, right? 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 They had very limited frontline combat units, tank destroyers. Tuskegee Airmen were mainly in Italy, and their combat record was embellished by Eleanor. Well, that's what I if I'm not mistaken, I think there was, it was like South Park with Operation Get Behind the Darkies. Okay. The Japanese, they fought hard, man, and they did, you know, they did some good for the U.S. anyway. I mean, they did good stuff. You know, they earned a lot of medals.
Literally more people from the country we nuked twice died for America. Where's their Netflix program? The Japanese, truly our greatest ally. Okay, but why was that? Was America just so hateful towards black people that they wanted to stop them from dying in a war? Well, let's take a little bit of a look at their service record. The 92nd Infantry Division. This was the only black infantry division in World War II, known as the Buffalo Soldiers. They first saw combat in Italy in 1944, where they were known for low morale, retreating immediately, malingering, and losing equipment and just not taking care of it in general. And eventually they would be withdrawn from combat and reconstituted, adding in those aforementioned white and Japanese soldiers. The Black Panthers. This was an all-black tank unit, and it's where both the Marvel character and the terrorist group that like to talk about killing white police officers derive their name from. More on those guys later. But the Black Panthers only had one major battle they participated in, the Battle of the Bulge.
Well, the Battle of the Bulge, that was a huge battle. I mean, it was a lot of important stuff that happened there. You know, that was when the 101st Airborne was pretty much surrounded, and then Patton had to save them. But, you know, if you asked any of the guys in the 101st Airborne, especially Easy Company, they would say they didn't need fucking Patton to come save them. They were doing just fine. They weren't going anywhere. You know, and really, I mean, like Patton gets a lot of credit. And if you watch the movie Patton, it's like, oh, Patton did all this and that. But in reality, the weather cleared and they were able to get planes in there, you know, in which, you know, Patton in the movie Patton, he says a prayer, has a priest say a weather prayer, make them come up with good weather so they could kill the enemy and get the planes in there. But that was basically getting the planes. And if I'm not mistaken, Pathfinders, the Pathfinders went in and dropped in, and they were the ones that get the shipments in to the 101st Airborne. And there was like the Rangers, Pathfinders went in, you know, in there. You know, there's people that called in and they would move. If I'm not mistaken, they went from like different locations to have the drops, and they moved so that the Germans couldn't target their radio controls and stuff like that. There's the ones who actually, you know, were able to get people in, but they were surrounded, and it was, you know, it was rough. You know, you should watch Band of Brothers, Great series on HBO.
So during the specific engagement at Tullet, 11 Shermans crewed by black people took on 3 German anti-tank guns and a single Mark IV Panther tank. They lost 9 tanks to the single Panther. While German tanks, of course, were known to be superior, rates for white crews generally had about 5 or 6 Shermans lost for every 4 German tanks. Do the math. Finally, the Tuskegee Airmen, these supposedly elite pilots, best in the war, never lost a bomber, according to Red Tails. They actually lost 27 bombers over the course of the war. And in spite of the fact that they were
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, you're right. This was the miracle. Go for broke was the motto and the name of the movie about them. Patton's Bulge miracle was able to disengage and turn an entire army in under 72 hours. Yes. Exactly. But like if you watch Patton, the movie Patton, in the movie, basically Patton already knew what he had to do, and he was already building plans to say to pivot, 90 degrees or 100 whatever and turn and head north. So sorry, come to my beach, always chance for tans at least, and sail and catch crabs to eat.
The Red Tails, they actually lost 27 bombers over the course of the war. And in spite of the fact that they were flying one of the most advanced long-range fighter escorts America had, the P-51 Mustang.
Wait, what? Was this about the Tuskegee Airmen? Wait a minute. Hold on.
Finally, the Tuskegee Airmen, these supposedly elite pilots, best in the war, never lost a bomber, according to Red Tails. They actually lost 27 bombers over the course of the war. And in spite of the fact that they were flying one of the most advanced long-range fighter escorts America had, the P-51 Mustang, they lost 3 planes for every 2 Germans they shot down. Every other white-only P-51 fighter group shot down on average over 2 Germans for every 1 they lost. And they had low bomber losses when they were escorting, that's true, but it's also true that most of the German aircraft at this point were already out of the picture. Speaking of facts and figures, despite being only 10% of the military, black male soldiers comprised 56% of convicted rapists. One such criminal was Louis Till, father of Emmett Till. After choosing military service instead of jail time for domestic violence, he would go on to rape 2 women and murder one of them in Italy, be court-martialed, found guilty, and executed by hanging. You can't write this stuff. Truth matters. I love the Japanese people and the black.
Oh, cool. Me too. I love the Japanese people and I love black people. I do. I would tell Jesse Lee Peterson that. I love black people. I don't know. Is this all true? Everything he said, was that all true? Very interesting. So is he saying that we've been brainwashed by the media to convince us that things that happened didn't happen, or they changed things to make us seem certain things? Does this basically mean like the whole myth of the Tuskegee Airmen and all that was just like, we was Kangs? Come on. Really? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Karen. Thank you. I don't know, man. This is oof. You met Fort, met an FT ad rector, got the first or second kill. Okay. Wow. All right. Well, let's do this. Let's see. Man who is accused of a hit and run that killed a mother and 2 young children had 2 previous DUIs. Is believes he's an illegal alien.
Good evening. We begin tonight with new details in a deadly hit and run in Pulaski County that killed a mother and her 2 young children.
State police arrested 33-year-old Victor Reyes yesterday on 3 counts of negligent homicide. Tonight, Channel 7 News is asking whether Reyes is in the country illegally. Channel 7's Chris Gay tells us that an ICE hold has been placed on the suspect. He joins us now here in our studio with more on what that means. Chris?
That's right, Chris and Beth. I first asked Immigrations and Customs Enforcement what is an ICE hold. A spokesperson for ICE told me that if there is a hold, that individual is undocumented. But an immigration attorney from Fayetteville says it's not that simple.
ICE is asking a local jail to hold an individual who they suspect might be removable from the United States.
Immigration attorney Nathan Bogart says that an individual can be placed on an ICE hold for a number of reasons.
Oh yeah, number of reasons.
Present unlawfully.
Oh, if they're present
It could be
unlawfully.
that they're present lawfully, but they've done something to violate the terms of their status.
But what about Victor Reyes, who's now suspected of killing 31-year-old Breonna Hall and her two sons, 4-year-old Dax Barnes?
This
and
is horrible.
2-year-old
This is
Dice
horrible.
Love, in a Sunday night car crash in Pulaski County? Why was he facing an ICE hold? I showed up to the Department of Homeland Security office in Little Rock to find out, but left with no clear answer. So I spoke to his attorney.
As far as being in the country, I do not believe he has legal status here now.
James also answered my question about why a hold had been placed on his client.
If somebody is arrested and they are believed to be illegal, a lot of times ICE will put a hold on. And you're not going to get an ICE hold unless you're in custody. But in today's climate, it's a little more common. And certainly we've seen it where people bonded that one, had made their bond, and then ICE took them, and we never saw them again.
According to arrest reports, Reyes had a criminal history on the roadways. In 2016, he pled guilty to his first DWI charge. And in 2023, Reyes pled guilty to DWI in the second degree.
So he's had 2 DUIs, and this is his third when he killed people. So maybe he should have been taken off the streets the first time or second time. I'm sorry, if you're an illegal alien, all right? If you're an illegal alien and you commit a DUI and they catch you, you should be deported immediately because it prevents stuff like this. I lost a relative to an illegal alien who was drunk driving and killed them about 10 years ago. This is wrong. And it's horrible. FYI, Jim will read chats, the conversation with others in the chat, so place an ad handle before a comment so Jim knows it's not meant for him. Yeah, well, or put, if you don't want me to read the chat, we talked about that before, put like the circle, you know, like the Ghostbusters or whatever it is, the no circle line thing in it. And then, so Dan says, I was told they list 29 bombers, so the 27 number list is short. Yeah, trying to find information is hard, you know, like, so maybe. Sorry to hear that. Well, thanks. Yeah. I mean, it was like a second cousin. It was my cousin's daughter, but still, they were leaving a wedding, walking on the side of the road, and someone just drove right over on the side of the road. So here it is. Victor Reyes was arrested for 3 counts of negligent homicide after Sunday's hit and run crash. Of course, it was a hit and run. It's always a hit and run. They're going to leave. They're not going to stop and help anybody. Mother, Breonna Hall, her 2 sons, Dax and Dice Love. Wow. This person should be alive still. These kids should be alive still. Illegal aliens killed. Illegal immigration killed them. Where's Black Lives Matter? They should be out protesting this right now. They should be out protesting this. These people would be alive if it wasn't for illegal immigration. Black Lives Matter should be protesting against illegal immigration. There's a GoFundMe for them and everything. There's some more news coverage of it.
31-year-old Breonna Hall was driving down Arch Street in Pulaski County Sunday evening when an oncoming vehicle drifted into her lane and hit her head on. It then left the scene. Breonna wasn't alone in that car. She was with her 2 sons, 4-year-old Dax Barnes and 2-year-old Dice Love. The collision with the Chevrolet Silverado truck left their car engulfed in flames. Channel 7 News obtained this 911 dispatch audio from the time of the accident.
Reported vehicle fire for Arch Street Fire Department, Arch Street Fire. Responded to the area of Arch Street and West Dixon Road.
Be advised, it looks like 1, possibly 2 fatalities.
The Arkansas State Police's fatal crash report state that all 3 succumbed to their injuries. The report also indicates that the occupants of the other vehicle involved fled the scene.
Adam 91, be advised, there were 3 males that got out of the vehicle and fled in a gray truck. There are now 2 males that were involved in that wreck running down baseline.
10-4, you said down baseline?
Adam 91, 10-4 down baseline.
According to the family, Hall was a devoted mother, a joy to be around, and deeply loved by so many. The family says Hall was also a cherished daughter, sister, cousin,
and friend. She leaves behind a daughter, 12-year-old Madison Jones.
Again, since our 5 o'clock news, an arrest has been made in this crash. State police arrested 33-year-old Little Rock resident Victor Reyes earlier today and charged him with 3 counts of negligent homicide.
Deport every last one. It's the only way to be sure. It's the only way to make sure you get them all. That's the only way. They all got to go. They aren't being paid to protest this. Yeah, that's probably what it is. They're not getting paid to do it. It's a shame. It's a shame. It really is. It's a shame. This Barrow County, Georgia, in March, Jose Emilio Peralta Valafadana was arrested for homicide by a vehicle he's immigration detainer hold. There's no reporting on this arrest, and the documents don't provide further insight. Cesar Daniel Sanchez Valenzuela was arrested for indecency with a child. What do you know? He's a white male. Got some more white males over here committing indecencies with childs. He has an immigration detainer hold. Don't deport him. He deserves a fine. Yes. Yes, that's white. Crazy, right? It's crazy. Oh, why don't I follow him? I don't know. Victor Hernandez was arrested for indecent liberties with a child. He has an immigration detainer hold. Oh, hello, Victor Hernandez. Another white male. What do you know? Wow. Immigration. Decent liberties with a child. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 counts. What do you know? That's where we're at. That's where we're at in this world. A Venezuelan illegal alien unleashed into the U.S. by the Biden regime has been charged with committing heinous crimes against a child in his care in Montana. Border Hawk has the exclusive reports. Yes, chippers. He woke up from a nap to this bad. That's about 70 to 90 million. Well, they all got to go. Don't deport. Wood chipper. Yes. Those white males always have black hair and dark eyes. It's crazy, right? Let's shag you. What's up? Just to be sure. That's the only way to be sure. It's the only way to be sure. A Venezuelan illegal alien unleashed into the U.S. by the Biden regime has been charged with committing heinous crimes against a child in his care in Montana. The Department of Homeland Security just released details about Walter Jesus Travesio Soto. 29-year-old male has been held in Flathead County detention since February. In May 2025, Flathead County sheriffs launched an investigation into Travesio Soto after receiving disturbing information and evidence from his deceased girlfriend's sister. How many illegals are still in this country? I'd say there's still 70 million in the country at least. 70 million, you know. Yeah, feet first, slowest setting. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Illegal aliens. Yeah, how many illegal aliens? Yeah, 70 million. White males with 2 last names. It's always crazy, isn't it, how that works out? After girlfriend died in a car accident, Travesio Soto reportedly took custody of her 3 children who were not related to him. The children's aunt fought for legal guardianship, but he reportedly prevented her from seeing them and even sought a restraining order. The aunt became concerned about the relationship with the children after seeing photos of him kissing and holding the eldest girl in a romantic manner. Soto reportedly showered with the child. With gifts and flowers and commented on her social media posts with heart emojis. After the aunt gained guardianship, her eldest niece stated that Travesio Soto had raped her on multiple occasions and had even choked her while she was on the phone with the boy. FCSO was reportedly provided with photos and videos depicting Travesio Soto making inappropriate physical contact with the child, and following a forensic interview with the victim, he was arrested. Travesio Soto has been charged with sexual intercourse without consent with a child under 16 and strangulation of a partner or family member is being held on $200,000 bail. What percentage of the U.S. population is illegal? Well, if there's 365 million people supposedly in the U.S., you know, they say, I don't know if that number they give us is the population. They're really blurry with the numbers where they say like citizens, you know, how many U.S. citizens. 360 million, so that'd be a high 30%. Yeah, high 30%, high 35%. That's a lot. I mean, they're everywhere. They're literally everywhere. Go out in the world and talk to people. Go out and go somewhere. Go to a store. Go to a Walmart. Go to a Target. Go to a McDonald's. Go to a Burger King. Odds are you're going to run into at least one or two. They're everywhere. They're on construction sites. You know, those jobs they say Americans don't want, like the jobs that every American always had, like all high school kids all had jobs at fast food places. Now they're all illegal. It's almost, you know, roofing companies, you know, carpenters, painters, drywall, construction, everywhere. They're getting into, you know, electrical. They're getting into plumbing. They're getting into they're getting into, you know, skilled trades, actual real skilled trades. They're trying to get in there, and they just watch somebody do it and go, okay, I could do that same thing. They have no idea what they're doing or why it works or nothing, and they can't fix any problems. But, you know, it's a little bit cheaper, and people are always about saving a little bit of money. Additionally, ICE has lodged a detainer against him who illegally entered the U.S. in 2023 and was released by the Biden administration. So this guy that just got here in 2023 had a girlfriend who died, and somehow he took custody of the 3 kids. How is that even possible? He barely knows the kids. He was with the woman for, what, a year? Counting anchor babies is easily 30%. Oh, anchor babies and that stuff? Yeah, you're talking, you guys start adding up. A third of this country is illegal. This monster repeatedly raped a child of his dead girlfriend. He now faces felony charges. He should face a fucking firing squad. The Biden administration's disastrous catch and release policies allowed him into our country. ICE is asking Montana to turn this perverted criminal over to ICE. And this guy was in Montana. This guy wasn't in Pennsylvania. This guy wasn't in Indiana. This guy wasn't in, you know, or I would say Michigan or Illinois or New York or California. He was in Montana. You were hit by an illegal in the 90s. The cops gave him a $250 ticket and sent him on his way. I got to pay my $500 deductible without any recourse to go after him. Paycheck to paycheck. It was tough. Yes. Well, that's why insurance rates have gone through the roof, KPT. That's why insurance rates in the U.S. have gone through a roof, because these illegal aliens, they get a car, they have no insurance, they crash into somebody and just leave the car. And they go get a different name. They go into the driver's license facility and goes, oh, that's, you know, and they just use a different name. They get a different driver's license. Oh, man, I'm a few minutes late. What I miss? How's it, homies? What's up, Duck Fat? Thanks for being here. That's enough to make a man hate the system. You ain't kidding. If we go off the 350 million number and go off the 70 million count, that's 20% of the population. I'd say more than 70 million. America is correct. They don't give real numbers to protect them. Yeah, they hide it. They hide that shit. They be hides in that shit. They do. They be hides in it. They be hides in it. Hides in it, hides in it, hides in it. They be hides in the numbers is what they do. Seeing who's live. Anybody. ICE is at, yeah. With cooperation from our local partners, we'll ensure this predator never harms another child. It's just crazy, isn't it? It's just crazy. I mean, some of this stuff is just so much. On Thursday, Oscar Vladimir Argueta. Why is it Argueta was arrested, accused of abducting and assaulting a middle school girl. He has immigration detainer hold. This is going to get you angry, folks.
Dennis, at this hour, the suspect, Oscar Argueta, remains behind bars. The judge denied him bail. Now, Argueta didn't say anything here in court. However, we did learn he has a pending immigration detainer.
Well, that's good. I'm glad they caught him.
Consuela Johnson considers herself the community mom and was stunned to hear about an abduction along busy Cranbrook Road in front of the Steeplechase Apartments, where the 12-year-old victim told police 34-year-old Oscar Argueta picked her up. The victim says he told her he recognized her from church and was a friend of her uncle's, sent to take her to Cockeysville Middle School, so she got in his gray Toyota Camry. And after a ride around the community that included stops at County Home Park and a cemetery, she demanded he take her to school, and he eventually complied.
It's so close to home. I'm just a spit throw away, and I didn't hear anything. until I saw it on news.
Have you ever seen anyone around here?
No, I've never seen him here. I don't even know who he is.
Maria Ortiz tells WJZ her brother goes to the same school. How scary is that to hear about that?
That scared me. Now I'm worried for my brother because he walks home by himself, and now I don't know if maybe one day he'll be next. That worries me.
Charging documents WJZ obtained provide chilling details about what the victim went through. Police say Argueta reclined his seat and touched her leg and stomach area. The victim believed the suspect was trying to touch her breast. The suspect later climbed into the back seat with the victim, asked her in Spanish if she had a boyfriend or if she had had her first kiss. The suspect then asked if he could kiss her. The 12-year-old says that's when she began cursing, demanding he drive her to school. He did and apologized and asked her not to tell anyone what happened. She says he later kissed her hand before letting her out near the school's bus loop.
Always look around. Never ever, if someone like.
You guys hear it okay? Because it's not very loud to me. I turned it up all the way.
No one answered the door at Argueta's apartment, which is just feet from where the alleged abduction took place. Police say Argueta, through a translator, told them he was a rideshare driver. He initially denied picking up the girl, but later admitted doing so, but claimed he did not touch her inappropriately.
For somebody to come in just that quick and snatch somebody, you got his picture now, get that.
Now, if convicted, Argueta faces a maximum of 40 years in prison. This is for second-degree assault and kidnapping a minor. We did reach out to immigration officials to see if he was on their radar or if they could answer any questions, and we're waiting to hear back.
And of course, this is Baltimore, so it's Maryland, where they don't work with ICE at all. They won't do anything. They would protect them and hide them. And not saying it was very gentle. I saw it happening. It was very damage minimal. Yes, chipper. It's a bit low, but what can you do? I had it cranked up 600%. So at that point, I don't know. I don't know why it's like this. I don't know why it's so bad. So here's the person. He was confirmed illegal alien. He was charged with kidnapping and second-degree assault. Does it say what he was booked as? He's probably booked as white. He's from, where is he from? Venezuela. Illegal alien. Entered the country at an unknown time and place. It got away. Student those officers was walking to school when he said he recognized her from church. Look at this. So Okaloosa County, Florida, on Sunday, Aquilino Sanjanor Ortega was arrested and accused of hiding in the ceiling of a woman's restroom of a church, taking video with his phone. As an immigration detainer holds charged with disturbing a religious assembly and video voyeurism. Wow. Sanjur Ortega. This is Aquilino Sanjur Ortega. A man arrested Fort Walton Beach. White, black, hair. Doesn't say. Okay. And this is saying that he came to the U.S. in March of 2007 on a tourism visa that expired. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I would say there is like 40 to 50 million people in the country, if not more, that came on visas that expired and just didn't leave. Biden stopped Texas from sending them back. Yeah, Biden stopped people from sending them back. It's crazy. Turn it to 11. I tried. A simple 2-channel mixer. I have a soundboard, but it can only go up so much. The sound I can't. I have a boost, a 600% boost, but that's all I can do. He's a tourist for 19 years. What a gross little turd. It's horrible. It's horrible. Miami-Dade, Florida, last month, Haitian National Herald St. Ville was arrested for attempted murder after a stabbing. He has an immigration detainer hold. Court documents say Ville told investigators he stabbed the victim after the victim pushed him, which made his blood boil. You know, them Haitians, you got to watch out. At least it says he's black. I was worried. I was worried they were going to say he was white. I arrested him without incident. He was interviewed, and due to Creole's language barrier, Officer Germinel read the defendant's rights per Miami Gardens form, at which time the defendant stated he would speak to him without a lawyer present. The defendant had been stabbing the victim multiple times, said the victim was drunk, and he pushed him, making his blood boil. Ah, yes. You don't want to make Haitians' blood boils. Uh-oh. Juan in Montgomery County. This guy's eye. Something, look, what happened to his eye? Montgomery County, Julio Alberto Manuel Francisco was wanted for vehicular homicide in a crash in April. Lynette Cartwright. He's arrested for leaving the scene. He has immigration detainer hold. He was accused of running. Hold on.
At about 3:20 in the morning, we did have a fatal crash at the intersection of Stanley Avenue and Webster Street, where one person, a 68-year-old female, was deceased at the scene. She had stopped in to get a snack from the store and then was just heading to work right there at the Molly, waiting on the traffic light. And then an individual coming from Webster Street ran the red light. We know that due to the video footage we have obtained, striking that particular car, killing the driver, and then ultimately leaving on foot, fleeing from the scene. We are aware of his immigration status, and again, this is something that's not necessarily relevant to the traffic investigation and the crash, so that's something that somebody else will ultimately have to discuss. At about 3.
Oh, yeah, and then it turns out that the charges against him were dropped and he was released from custody. Unfortunately, that's all the information they have. Adding this, for the record, they dropped the charges but before he vanished from their roster. Yes, this guy... So then charges were refiled, but the suspect's on the run. So this guy was wanted for vehicular homicide. So what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Let's see. Failure to stop vehicular homicide. And then he said, we know he's an illegal alien, but we're just going to drop the charge and let him run. This is
at about 3.
This is fucking Ohio. This is Ohio. He's wanted for killing this woman, and they let him go. He was arrested, but not charged. Charges were filed, but he didn't show up to court. It appears they're finally getting around to looking for him. Yeah, like, what the fuck, man? He should have never been released. He should have been on an immigration detainer hold immediately. But it was 2024, and the Biden administration probably don't give a fuck. They didn't give a fuck, and they just let him go. This was the Biden administration. Let this murderer go. Lowe's and Home Depot still have these foreign guys to deliver their stuff. I wonder if they're illegal aliens. I'm sure they do. Yep, exactly. This is crazy. Biden administration refused to come pick him up. It's horrific. He killed someone, and they knew he was an illegal alien. And whatever happened, why the charges didn't get filed right away, why they took the time. So they released him, and he vanished. Yeah, and they wanted to defund the police. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Is it just me, or is that eye something looked wrong with one of his eyes? Cumberland County, North Carolina, Haitian who arrived in the U.S. via Biden's CHNV program could face the death penalty if found guilty of a triple murder. Oh, what do you know? So we got some Haitians coming in murdering people. He's accused of killing 3 relatives.
Mackenzie Darbouz could face the death penalty. Today, a judge ruled that if the jury finds him guilty, they can choose the death penalty for his sentencing. Now, you may remember this case out of Cumberland County. He's accused of stabbing and killing 3 of his relatives. It happened in February 2025. A 13-year-old, a 4-year-old, and their grandmother, Beatrice Deeser. Darbouz going to be back in court next month. Mackenzie Darbouz could face the death.
Oh, well, we can only pray, right? We got this Boulder County, Colorado, legal alien firebombing attacker Mohammed Salman has pleaded guilty and received a life sentence. He threw 2 Molotov cocktails at a demonstration support of the Israeli captives held by Hamas, killing 1 and injuring dozens more.
It was an emotional day in court as survivors shared their testimony about what happened on June 1st of last year and how it continues to impact them today. The judge said she read every single victim statement in this case, and a guilty plea hopefully brought some closure to many.
This is the people versus Mohammed Salman.
As court began Thursday, it was clear the case against Mohammed Salman would no longer go to trial.
How do you wish to plead?
guilty.
The next few hours were filled with emotional testimony from survivors.
Since that day, I find myself constantly thinking about the safety of our Jewish community.
The DA's office.
Here's a question. Why isn't the Trump administration charging them federally with federal hate crimes? And someone died. He can get he can get the firing squad. Just saying. Since Colorado won't do it, maybe the feds need to step in and do it. Do it.
Read some words from the family of Karen Diamond, who was killed in the attack.
Near the end, while still in excruciating pain, she recounted stories and recipes, dispensed motherly advice, and told us that the response to this act of pure hatred has to be kindness and love.
The district attorney also shared evidence, including police audio after the attack.
When he talks about setting these people on fire, he doesn't shed a single tear. He doesn't say a single thing. There's no emotion. He's just cold.
Before sentencing, Solomon gave his statement of apology and asked for the death.
No, at KPT, that's not true. The feds can charge him with violating federal law. You could be charged both locally and federally for the same crime. If you violate local law and federal law, they can charge you with both. You would think that would be double jeopardy, but it's not. It's because there's two separate sovereigns, and for violating federal hate crime laws and stuff like that, they could charge him federally. For violating the civil rights of the people he burned, for the people that protest.
Penalty federally before pushing anti-Zionist rhetoric. The judge gave the maximum sentence for more than 100 charges, life in prison without parole, plus more than 2,000 years.
The court finds that your choices were acts of terror and that they victimized an entire community and that they made everyone in it feel unsafe and that was your explicit purpose.
The judge and the DA's office wanting to send a message that hate has no place in Colorado.
The full power of the law has come down on him as it should. And it will on anybody who acts in a hate-filled manner and commits an act of anti-Semitism or attacks any marginalized and vulnerable group. We will never allow that to happen. And when it does, we will bring the strongest possible response.
In Solomon's statement to the court, he emphasized he carried this act out alone and asked that his family not be impacted further. The district attorney's office said it's not clear if or what impact this guilty verdict can have on his upcoming federal case.
Wow, his upcoming federal. So he does have a federal case. Okay, he does have a federal case. He does have a federal case. He does have a federal case. All right. He asked for the death penalty? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, this was the guy right here. Activist judge keeps interfering with his family's deportation. They were trying to kick his family out of the country, and they weren't letting him. Fed spending millions on HIV healthcare for illegal aliens in Oklahoma. Wow. Why are we spending millions on HIV medication for illegals in Oklahoma? What the fuck is going on in Oklahoma? Patients were treated in 2014. In 2024, 600,000 patients were treated nationally by the RWHAP funded providers, an increase of more than 40,000. The program has received $2.57 billion for the 2024 federal fiscal year. 3 clinics in Oklahoma received more than $13.7 million. A whistleblower familiar with the inner workings told Border Hawk nearly 10% of the 1,500 patients are illegal aliens. Staff takes great pride. So are illegal aliens, is that something that's going on? Are illegal aliens who have HIV coming to the U.S. for free treatments? Is that what's happening? Because that's what it smells like to me. That's what it smells like to me. Some staffers have quit due to frustration about the program being used by so many illegal aliens. I don't want to work in an environment like this, a former staffer said. We had people from Russia, countries like Africa, Central America, the whole world, it seems. In April, out of the 466 grant recipients at the clinic were 466 grant recipients were illegal aliens. None of those patients had identification, insurance, or social security numbers, and all required taxpayer-funded translators. Each year, 300 illegal aliens at the clinic require for the program, which is offered in 50 states. One of the clinic's illegal alien patients has been on ROP since 2014. The cost for this person will be extremely high now due to how long they've been on the program. No one was medically screened at the border. Private individuals. This is crazy. Not the Israeli government. There are several requirements that individuals should meet for a Part B or ADAP services. Have a documented diagnosis, reside in the designated service area, fall behind the low income threshold. Or are illegal aliens coming and betting Democrats getting AIDS? Well, could be one or the other. Honestly, though, I would say it's probably more likely that they know coming to the U.S. they're going to get free treatment and, better treatment for their disease than they're going to get where they're from. I mean, think about it. ROP must be the payer of last resort. Client must not have a third-party payer. Of course they don't. They're illegal aliens. Recipients are not required to provide citizenship or immigration documentation. Immigration status is irrelevant for the purposes of the... Fuck me, man. HIV/AIDS treatment are incredibly expensive. $50,000 a year for some patients. For sure, I'm just having a laugh about something dark. Oh, I know. I'm just saying. I agree with you. It's possible. But we should be screening people like they used to do at Ellis Island. Anybody trying to come across the border. And then if somebody is a sneak across, person, then you just say, yeah, no, we're not taking care of you because you snuck in. Fuck off. Go home. Sorry. It's just the way we don't have enough. We're broke. We don't have enough money for our own shit. We can't take care of the rest of the world. We can't. They also qualify for transportation, primary health care, translator services, case manager assistance, dental care, and even mental health care. What the dental care? I don't even have dental care. I pay out of pocket for the dentist. There's one recipient with transportation services drives them 60 miles each way. They didn't even require illegals to get the jab. No, they didn't. That's right. They said, no, we can't force that on them. You force it on all us. One example is Los Angeles-based Albuquerque Las Marmarias, which has offered food, housing, clothing, and medication for AIDS and tuberculosis, support groups and workshops, self-esteem building. Increasingly, city officials in Chicago have indicated that a recent spike in local HIV and AIDS cases were likely tied to mass migration. You don't say. So people figured out, someone told them, hey, if you come to the U.S., you get free treatment for your AIDS. Come to the U.S., get free treatment. To qualify for the Ryan White AIDS program, and individuals must meet residential standards. So they don't have any ID, so how do you prove where they live? All activities must align with applicable law. Just how many illegal aliens are receiving support? Exploited data puts that number in the tens of thousands. If a mere 5% of the total recipients were illegal aliens, that would be around 30,000. It's wrong what's happening here. Americans struggle to get health care while people come here illegally and get it for free. Wow. We saw this one. Davidson County, North Carolina, 2 illegal aliens, Rafael Correz Moreno and Samir Adin Ruiz Cardenas, were both charged with child abduction involving a 14-year-old Honduran girl. Investigators began after a 14-year-old told social worker that she was staying with people she did not know and was heading to Georgia. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord.
Lindsay, after some back and forth with attorneys, the judge ultimately raised the bond to $1 million each for Samir Ruiz and Rafael Marino. The district attorney present also said the state is looking to press more charges based on new evidence. The DA says a social worker told the Davidson County Sheriff's Office that they were worried about one of their clients who is a Honduran refugee. The 14-year-old reportedly told the social worker that they were staying with people they did not know and heading on a bus to Georgia, but didn't want to share more details. That's when deputies went to the Lexington home, but Ruiz and Marino wouldn't let them inside and slammed the door. When investigators returned with a search warrant, they found the teenager hiding under the kitchen sink in a cabinet, and Marino was in a closet. The DA says the home appeared to be temporary housing with one mattress on the floor and one TV and very little food or other furniture. Investigators seized electronics from the men and returned the child to safety. Both Ruiz and Marino face felony child abduction charges. The state intends to add human trafficking charges to that as well. The two men are also held on an ICE detainer, meaning their release wouldn't be authorized even if they make bond due to their illegal immigration status.
2 words: wood chipper. I don't get it. What is going on in this country? This stuff is every day. Many such cases all the time. It never stops. It never stops. Yeah, they're not migrants, they're not dreamers, they're not immigrants, they're not newcomers, they're not asylum seekers. They're leeches, invaders, criminals, traffickers, legal aliens, they're lawbreakers. Mayorkas swore it wasn't happening. Unaccompanied minors in Biden Mayorkas surge of legal immigrants fueled trafficking of underage girls for criminal sex slave operations. And then the left is like, there goes our heroes. They want to protect these scum. Oh, here's another one. Well, what do you know? An illegal alien hired at an old folks' homes accused of sexually assaulting elderly residents. This is in Wisconsin.
The Immigration and Customs Enforcement is asking the Dane County Court to not release Julio Morales Jarquin from jail after the Department of Homeland Security confirmed he is in the country illegally. Morales Jarquin is currently facing 2 counts of second-degree sexual assault of an elderly woman at an assisted living facility in Fitchburg. Officials say he came to the U.S. back in 2023 from Nicaragua under the Biden administration's humanitarian parole program. After the Trump administration eliminated the parole program last year, Morales Jarquin stayed in the U.S. illegally. DHS Acting Assistant Secretary Lauren Biss released a statement saying, quote, DHS is calling on sanctuary politicians in Dane County, Wisconsin, to not release this criminal from jail back onto the streets to commit more crimes.
Here it is. Dane County, Julio Morales Jarquin was arrested and accused of raping a resident at the assisted living facility he worked at. He has an immigration detainer hold and is charged with sexual battery with an elderly modifier. He has multiple contacts with Wisconsin law enforcement over the past year, including at least 3 citations for operating without a valid license. Oh. Yeah. Look at this. Second-degree sexual assault. Yeah. Pittsburgh police are committed to maintaining safety of vulnerable members. Yeah, well, if they wouldn't do that, they wouldn't. Here's some more media coverage of it. We'll talk about it real quick. Confirmed as a legal alien who came in under the Biden administration.
We are learning that a Fitchburg man is charged with the sexual assaults of multiple seniors at a residential care facility. The Dane County District Attorney's Office charged 23-year-old Julio Morales Jarquin with 2 counts of second-degree sexual assault of an elderly victim by a treatment facility employee. Fitchburg police responded to the facility located on Chapel Valley Road on Sunday for concerns that an employee may have assaulted vulnerable residents. We are learning that a Fitchburg...
He's not a Fitchburg man. He's a legal alien. This is when we saw it, I believe, already. Democrats want to keep disgusting people like this in our country. Denton County, Texas. Jose Brian Juarez Hernandez was arrested for sexual assault on a child. He has an immigration detainer hold. Here he is. Just another white male. Jose Brian Juarez Hernandez. Sexual assault on a child. Nothing says white like brown, 5'8". We're going to say 5'6" because those are usual facts. I'm 5'8". They're usually shorter and pudgier than me. But how brown white man named Juarez Hernandez? Yeah, I believe you know. This is how the crime stats get all fucked up. Greenville County, South Carolina. Oh my God. Anthony Cumia. These people you got to do something. 2 men arrested for kidnapping and trafficking of persons. One man has immigration detainer hold. The other man has an unspecified hold. Race Hispanic. Well, at least they got that right. This one, race unknown. Oh, they don't know what he is. Eduardo Saladana May. We know. Okay, we saw this one. Oh, Orange County, Florida. Haitian national Edson Jr. Baptiste was arrested for falsely impersonating an officer, grand theft auto, driving without a license, having an immigration detainer hold. Court documents show Baptiste stole a private security firm vehicle before being pulled over while driving the wrong way. He was jailed for trespassing at a hospital and a McDonald's. Last known location, Orlando, pre-sentenced, whatever that means. Yes, this one, if you take your kids on a family cruise, keep them. So New York Post says, Disney cruise ship staffers among 28 arrested massive child porn operation. There's so many child porn arrests on cruise employees. If you take your kids on a cruise, keep them close. They've been reporting on this. He's been reporting on this for over 2 years. Look at this. 2 years ago, he talked about all this stuff. And it's still happening. It just happened again. If you go on a cruise with your kids, boy, man, you better really be careful. An illegal migrant from Honduras has pleaded guilty in federal court to manufacturing and distributing fentanyl, being an alien in possession of a firearm. Christian Martinez for fentanyl led to overdose deaths of a person in Clackamas County. He was found with more than 1 kilo of compressed fentanyl and a cache of weapons. The drugs were wrapped with a cartoon drawing. Oregon has become a drug trafficking hub for foreign nationals due to the state's protection of illegal aliens. Oh, look at that. Look at all the drugs. That's a lot of drugs. That looks like several kilos to me. Those are some pretty big bags. Oh, look at, he's got 1, 2, 3 or 4 or 5 of guns, 6 or 7. There's also a gun missing here. Oh no, maybe that's for the 357. All right, I didn't see the revolver. Shocking video shows a legal immigrant from Mexico being shot and killed by a Texas father during a carjacking attempt involving his family of 8. Garland police said around 3:30, officers responded to a crash with 2 vehicles. Officer said the driver of the car at fault, identified as Jose Ramirez, parked at a nearby gas station, was unsuccessfully attempting to take several vehicles by force in the parking lot. He then ran across the road to a convenience store where he attempted to forcefully take the father's car. Surveillance video obtained by Fox 4 Dallas shows Ramirez yanking the father out of the driver's side and forcefully trying to get a small child seen running from the back seat. Ramirez was then seen closing the door, and the father opened fire from the passenger side. Ramirez was then seen closing the doors and sitting in the driver's side. The father opened fire. Ramirez was taken to a local hospital. He was pronounced dead. This is just a GIF of the incident. It's not really the incident. Leonardo Josue Martinez Marquez has been charged with intoxicating manslaughter of a vehicle at a crash that killed one. The 24-year-old mother, Carla Vanessa Perez, in April. His immigration detainer hold has more criminal history in Harris County. Well, of course he does, because they don't care. They don't care in Harris County. They don't care. That's who he killed. They don't care. They do not care. Denton County is near Dallas, right? I think it is. I think it's near Dallas. Yeah. This is why my husband and I moved to Arizona to care for my mom. No nursing home ever. That's right, man. That's right. Yes, God bless you and your husband. My mom passed 5 days after her 84th birthday. Caring for her was the hardest thing I've ever done. She only had hospice for 3 days. Nurse was an angel. You're really growing weary of this shit. Yeah, me too, man. Marion County, Indiana, legal alien Leonel Catalan Torreblanca has been accused of 5 separate serial rapes dating back to 2014. Oh, yeah, this is the case.
A decade-long investigation into a series of sexual assaults leads to 30 felony charges filed against an accused serial rapist.
As Fox 59's Jesse Wells explains, prosecutors believe the suspect raped at least 5 women on Indy's north side.
Prosecutors say DNA evidence linked all 5 cases together for years, but that DNA did not match the suspect because his DNA wasn't in the system until it was recently collected by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Starting in 2013, the Marion County Crime Lab collected DNA evidence after a woman was raped by a complete stranger inside her apartment. That same DNA profile was later linked to a second rape in 2015, along with 2 more assaults in 2016 and a 5th case in January 2024. The violent home invasions and assaults all took place in apartment complexes near 96th and College.
This is one of those cases, and the allegations contained in the probable cause affidavit are absolutely horrifying. We have completely innocent victims who were attacked.
According to court records, last month, DNA evidence tied Leonel Catalan Torreblanca, who investigators believe was in the country illegally, to all 5 crimes, leading to his arrest the same day he was identified.
My hope is that today marks the beginning of healing and a step forward closure for these survivors and our community.
This affidavit claims when the suspect was questioned by police, he admitted his anger and frustration caused him to do what he did, adding, "Sometimes something bad takes over his body and makes him do bad things." Finally, the suspect made his initial court hearing here last week. He was being held on a $20,000 cash bond, but because of the new charges, prosecutors are seeking that bond amount be increased. Jesse Wells, Fox 59 News.
Yeah. I saw what he was posting. I don't know. Sometimes we get those people that come in and they start talking all this stuff about Israel and stuff, and I just ignore them. I don't gotta get in that. Gonna get in that stuff. Well, everybody, we went 5 hours tonight. I want to thank everybody who's been here the whole show. Unfortunately, we didn't hit the goal for the 3rd additional hour, so we're gonna call it a night. I will see everybody tomorrow. Or tonight, Saturday night. I'm supposed to stream with Joe, I guess. He said something about Saturday night with me. I saw him. He threatened the channel. It doesn't matter. They, whatever. They can do what they want. It's okay. You did a great job. You did a great job. Don't worry about it. You guys are great. Everybody's been great in the chat. Israel has been testing our weapons for us and helping us improve our weapons. Right now, Israel's our only ally. None of our NATO brothers. I agree. Yes, thanks, Jim and Chad, for everybody. I'm going to send you guys over to a channel called Third Railify. I might pop on there. They're very good people. I really enjoy them. They're I consider them friends. And I will be tomorrow with Joe. I might start an earlier show depending on how I feel. I might start a show at like 8 or 9 o'clock, and then when Joe comes on, maybe he'll join me or I'll join him. Yes, I agree. None of our NATO buddies are helping us. They're not. Yes, lick the like button, definitely. Lick the light bulb. I mean, you know what I mean. Hit the like button. Thanks for great summarizing the shitstorm. I will. But thanks again, everybody. Please remember to hit the like. Please subscribe. I'll see you all. Tell your friends about the channel. I try to talk to the chat as much as possible, unless they're spurging out in the chat, and then I ignore them. And you know who I'm talking about. But anyway, thanks, everybody. See you all tomorrow. Come back. Everybody come back tomorrow for Jim to tell you the news.